James, you must.
Oh, wait, who's joining?
Galinda, hello.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, sorry, I wasn't sure where to go. Are you guys live yet?
No, not
Okay,
yet.
okay.
Are
What
you?
about an Evoc?
Assume
An
she's
Evoc?
live.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
An Evoc?
All
Magus,
right,
Jar
Magus.
Jar
everybody. Galinda
and a
is live.
Wookiee.
What's that? In
Sorry, guys, just a sec here. I'm just trying to get this going. Um, Hi, Stuart. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right, now I am actually like the video is actually live now, or my
Voice. Okay.
yeah. Well,
Alrighty.
and people will be able to see
So
you
stop
guys
saying our
too.
secret plan to do the thing.
Yes.
Okay. Let me finish. Uh oh. There it is.
How blurry am I?
Mildly, but not obnoxiously so.
I wonder if it would be an improvement if I increased my stream to 1080. Or do you think that might cause problems?
I don't know.
Okay,
Give it a shot, baby.
okay. Let's see if I remember how to do that. Probably not. That might be the deciding factor.
I'm excited. This is the first time that we're actually going to get to play some of the games that we've been working on for a while.
Yes, we've had it in our heads that this was going to be a game-focused show, and every show that we've had has either been React slop or hanging out with a creator, which has been fun. I've
No, our
enjoyed it.
actual episodes, what happens is we just get so caught up in conversations and callers that we didn't end up playing any of the games, but I'm excited.
All right, yeah.
I think
That
they're
should
gonna
be
be great.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better be. Spent too much damn time putting it together for it not to be fun.
Indeed.
I'm gonna force myself to enjoy it.
That sounds like a healthy idea.
Well, I'm full of healthy ideas. I don't remember how to do this. Camera, streaming.
How to do what?
Well, I was trying to increase the stream quality of my camera because right now I'm stuck at 720,
Wait,
and I'm pretty sure I did that for
are you um
He's using his phone as a camera.
yeah.
oh, are you using are you using Droid Cam?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you should be able to do it in the app, like on your phone itself. Actually, wait, no,
I
So
or in the Droid Cam app. It depends where you are. You doing it through OBS or are you doing it through
uh
through the Droid Cam
no,
app?
I'm doing it through the uh,
like Discord through the like a virtual
yeah, there's
camera
like
or
two
something.
different settings. I think one of them was an Android update that came out after the app did, and it's more of a seamless connection. It's not dependent on Wi-Fi, which is a problem in my
I
situation.
I think we
But
can worry about this later.
yeah, I suppose so. All right. I just would love it if people could see more details of my face.
I mean, my camera's
I'm trying
pretty
to show
shit, so.
less. Can I drop down to like 12p and I'm just like a couple of squares?
If you want to, if you think that'll improve the show.
I'm trying to cover as much of my face as possible here, okay? We're
You gotta have some masks lying around.
um all right. Kyle, you want to pull up the
Yeah, all right.
How's your day been so far, Kalindo? You been streaming?
No, I've been doing research.
Very cool. Researching
Unstreamed
Russia still?
research.
Hmm?
We're still doing Russia-Ukraine research?
Yes, I am. And
Good stuff.
because I'm debating Lactoid on Friday.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Take him down.
I hope.
Oh
that...
my god. That's someone who's like stood up and made like seemingly good fights against big contenders, you know, Destiny and whatnot. But I think you're gonna suplex him. I think he hides behind being on panels instead of 1v1s.
I don't actually know if he's done any 1v1s now that I think about it, but he agreed. Well, no, he has. He technically did a 1v1 against Wick on Tim Pool's show, but that doesn't really count because it was really more like a 2v1 because the Tim Pool
Yeah.
joined in.
Plus the cast, yeah.
Yeah, basically. That's what
It is
always
For
happens.
libertarian conspiracy theorists, skateboarders are standing behind Tim.
Yes. Actually, I think in that case it was just Tim, but I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was, but it doesn't matter because Tim still spouts a bunch of pro Russia bullshit. So, you know. But yeah,
Alright,
I don't
Kyle,
know.
let me.
Anyway, did you guys start yet?
We're pulling up the intro thingy.
Yeah, we've got an
If you
intro to the
wanna
show because
Tune
we're
into Kyle's stream. Yeah, we're a professional stream. He wrote the intro music
now.
for us.
There's no need to say that. What if she doesn't like it?
All right, full screen, Kyle. And
Full
can I get a little
screen.
test of your volume? Did you figure out your volume? No, it's way too quiet.
Well, that's because the YouTube was turned down, but I did fix it in the mixer.
Our forefathers fought.
How's that?
It's pretty quiet.
Quiet.
It's too loud for me, so I mean, I don't know what to do about it. We can check the mixer again, but I have a feeling.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Wait. What on earth?
Okay, I'm gonna walk away for a second because I need to feed this guy.
Please
Sure,
do.
sure.
Because he's
Sorry.
starving.
Thank you.
As is always.
Thank
the
you.
case. Yeah.
My internet.
If you wish
saying
to
it's
trust us with your
disconnected.
chat, we promise we'll be good.
I don't even know if there's that many people here right now because the Destiny is arguing with people on Wick's show. So that's where
Ooh,
everybody
yeah,
is
yeah.
because that's what's
Sure.
going. That's where all the content is right now.
Yeah.
Damn, stiff competition for us, I suppose.
Indeed.
Well, you know what? We'll just we'll get them on the way out when we post everything, and they'll just watch the whole thing.
Well, I mean, he's
Yeah,
only
all
streaming
the-
until 9 p.m. So
Okay, so we can
That literally
catch-
might happen. Yeah.
actually,
Ask him.
How long does this go for?
We typically go for anywhere from 3 to 5 hours, but
no,
I mean,
okay, no. You need to say the nice version, which is you can bail out whatever you want. We'd love to have you around for at least like an hour and a half or two.
I was going to end with that point, but no. Feel free. You just go ahead and just preempt. Give me zero benefit of the doubt that I'm going to say the right things.
I
and
will.
You
opened with
cut me
3
off.
to 5 hours.
Yes, because I was then going to say.
Okay, stop the bickering.
You start for yeah. Hey, no, I got a bone to pick with you. Oh, stop the bickering now that I've said my piece. My goodness, James. You know this guy's a communist?
Wait, really? No.
You baited her too early, okay?
I thought you guys were groipers. That's what I heard when Dylan came on your show.
I loved that.
Oh.
Yeah, we thought when he said that, we thought it was just a joke. And we were like, yeah, good one, Groipers, good one, Dylan. Dylan, who I've been bragging to my friends that is a personal hero of mine.
Thinks that you're a crypto Nazi. Wonderful. Love it. I guess
we were
too.
gonna try and crypto Nazi post with Connor on the next podcast to bait him with. but then Dylan called in, so
yeah.
I think the jig was up at that point. Maybe we need to bait that harder. Maybe we need,
think he was in on
we can get Dylan in on it now. He can since he started the crypto post. Okay, Kyle.
Yes.
The intro. Should I just play it?
I'll be right back.
Cause yeah, they're gonna go feed their.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
We can audio test that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was gonna check my mixer and then I was distracted by what seems like a direct internet connection. I'm not really sure. Oh.
Kyle, dear Lord.
Hang on. I think my VPN is on. Let me turn that off. I don't know if that's going to help
We had
things, but
Kyle, we had the excuse that they were having technical problems, and it would have been the first time that we looked like we had our crap together.
well,
They
I'm
thought
sorry,
they
but
were
you
having
sprung it on me that I have to do the intro today,
Kyle,
and
please,
now
please.
I fixed the mixer, or at least so I thought. Now we're gonna go back and we're gonna fix it again. Yeah, Google's still, I mean, it's dropped a little bit, which is weird, but it's still around 60. I can turn it up more.
Oh,
You want another audio test?
your stream is paused. Yeah, I guess. Our forefathers fought for.
How is that?
I'm just gonna do it, Kyle.
I don't know what to tell you. I've turned it
That's
up in
fine.
my own
It's
mixer.
fine, Kyle. Just talk about something that isn't technical difficulties, for God's sake. Neither technical difficulties
Okay.
nor bickering.
Yeah, I got nothing.
You've got nothing. I could have just played this 10 minutes ago.
Well, instead you wanted to start shit and then criticize me for.
All you've got for us is bickering, Kyle. Please stop.
Okay, well.
Boom, boom, boom. I don't know if they were foolish enough to leave us with their chat.
Is
But
that
let's
what's
assume
happened?
that they did. I don't know. I don't know
All
if
right.
they can hear us.
Yeah, chat can hear you guys.
Glorious.
Okay.
Absolutely glorious.
I mean, you'd have to pull them up to see what they're saying. And there's not that many people here right now, but yeah, I'll be right back.
Well, hopefully
Well,
they're having a
well-
good time listening to me and James figure out how to run our show.
Like an old married couple. Dear Lord. We have known each other for 20 years, so that's why we're sick of each other and decided to start a podcast.
Exactly. Yeah. Can't stand this commie bastard.
I'm spiritually a communist, okay?
Listen, I got a show out for Ryan Mullally. He came in and I didn't come correct when you started talking about communism.
And now we've got a bad rep as a bunch of filthy pinko commies. Not good.
Not at all.
Well, maybe I can try and revive MAGA communism. Maybe I can finally do it right.
Sure.
Once,
Yeah, the
once
best of
Trump's
both
out of the
worlds, right?
picture, maybe I can absorb the MAGA base into communism.
Maybe so.
For the better. The better. Dear God.
No, Beber.
Oh my
I like
God.
that. I like that more.
Liberty Bibberty. Maddie B with the first donation of our channel in its history with $4.20.
I love each of those dollars. Thank you so much, Maddie.
I will spiritually celebrate with you on the inside, but out of respect for the deep seriousness of our show, I will not celebrate accordingly. Which, you know, anybody watching clearly knows that I do regularly, just looking at me. I mean, come on. If you didn't think that I was a pot-smoking hippie before, now you know. Let's see. Let me bring up Kalinda's chat. Kalinda's chat, presumably seated with Loner Box fans and therefore
Yes.
based
Yes.
individuals, one and all.
Yeah, there's some DGGers in there too, but yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know, they're everywhere. Yeah, normally I get way more viewers than this, but this is not my normal stream time. I usually stream in the morning, and usually I start out at around 25 people, and then it goes up to like 60 or 70, maybe sometimes more, depending on what I'm doing.
Oh,
Rad.
goodness.
How long you been streaming?
Since I guess I probably since September, but I really
Okay.
really kicked it into high gear and started
Dug
doing
in,
it like
yeah.
in December. Yeah, and I got monetized, and
Hey, good
Hey.
job.
Yeah.
What do you
It's
think was like the first big hurdle to get good at with streaming?
the first big hurdle to get good at with streaming.
Yeah.
I don't even. Oh, having the motivation to do it.
Mm.
True.
Yeah. Because there were days when I didn't and I was unsure. Like, yeah, basically, like, I lost my job in April of last year. And then
Mm.
this was always something that I wanted to do. And I kind of poked my head in a little bit, but I never really felt like I had the time to properly dedicate it or the motivation to properly dedicate to it. And so I just kind of didn't. Um, yeah, I just kind of wasn't doing it. Um, and then, but now I actually have time to do things like research and stuff. So, I'm trying to make it my job, and I'm hoping that the Lactoid debate will get my name out there. And if I do well enough in it,
Yes.
then yeah, hopefully I'll get that coveted Destiny react and that coveted Dylan Burns react, and yeah.
He better be out there training. He better be out there training because he doesn't know what's coming for him. All right. So we've decided I'm going to play the intro and let's get it going here.
Wait, James.
Yeah.
Do you want to introduce the show?
Uh,
Or I can do
why
it.
don't, why don't you? Remember, wait until I give you a visual cue so that the song is over. And I will share my screen. And I will check my OBS settings. Looks good. Alrighty, heading to live, starting the song in a sec.
The screen is blank for me, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just waiting for you to press play. Here we go, we're live.
Oh, I see.
Our forefathers fought for liberty, individual freedom, self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person, from any background, can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
Good evening and welcome to the Marketplace of Ideas. I am Kyle Smith, and with me as always is James Vagabond.
Greetings. And very glad to be with you here today. Very excited to have a fantastic guest with us this evening, Kalinda of Kalinda Live on YouTube and Twitch as well. She has been just burst onto the scene, the online politics scene, and just been an incredible presence for nuanced and highly educated opinions and political discussion. Kyle, you want to take over for me?
Sure. I'm particularly excited to talk to somebody who is as knowledgeable in a historical lens about some issues we're going to be talking about because I lack that myself, and I'm hoping to learn something. And I've checked out a little bit of your content, Kalinda, and I expect that you will be able to teach me all that I need to know about the various conflicts around the world. Do you feel like that's an accurate assessment?
Every
Uh,
conflict?
I hope so. Um, it'll
You've got a
it'll
lot of work ahead of you if you're going to educate us, okay?
um listen, yeah, fair warning, I guess. Like, there's only so much stuff that I know about, but yeah, more so
Well,
Ukraine.
there's only so
Yeah.
much information I can retain, so I think that'll work out just fine. We
Yeah, we
had
were just
planned.
talking about it. Why don't you tell us all a little bit about yourself and how you got into streaming and what made you want to enter the scene?
I've been watching the scene, I guess as one calls it, since 2017 when I started watching Destiny, who I found through a ContraPoints video. And I
Mm,
discovered ContraPoints through H Bomber Guy, who was introduced to me by a friend of mine who is probably further left than I am.
mm,
But um I at that point I was, I guess, a fairly standard, I guess probably more center-ish liberal or whatever. And then I started watching Destiny, and I kind of like went through certain things, got refined in my arguments. One of the things that I really liked about him is the fact that he was nuanced, because that I went to university for history, and one of the things that I feel like I kind of took away from that is that we or is that like when you have historical debates, typically speaking, there'll usually be arguments that will be made. I think one of them that I always that I always remember is that there was two camps when talking about the civil rights movement, when debating the historiography of it. And one of them was the civil rights movement was mainly accomplished by the people on the ground, the protesters and like the marchers and all of that. And then the other one was, well, no, it was actually mainly accomplished by, the legislators like LBJ and stuff, because they were the ones who actually passed the law. And when I looked at that, I remember thinking and obviously I think probably a lot of people came to this conclusion. Obviously, both of these things are true. It's not one or the other.
mm.
That's usually like generally the nuanced view that I tend to have. Same thing with intentionalism versus functionalism in Holocaust studies, which ultimately became the thing that I learned, that I wound up like kind of honing in on. I was going to go and get and like actually get a PhD and become a historian. I did 1 year of grad school, and then I decided that I was burned out and that was enough, and I didn't want my job to be my life. So
Yeah.
I stopped doing that, and then I left, and then I went and I started working in tech support for a while, because I'm also a huge tech nerd.
Mm,
Like
you know,
yeah.
speaking of tech support, unfortunately, everything that you just said, which I enjoyed
Did it not
hearing,
go live? Why does it
was
say end
we
broadcast
are
now?
live, but apparently the people whose
No
names start with
audio.
K are not audible to the audience.
Why does that happen? And
What?
probably, how does that happen every damn time? I
Oh,
see.
did you
Okay.
guys do you guys not have your desktop audio? Is that muted in OBS?
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. God bless America. All right. Well, welcome to the marketplace of ideas where everything goes right technically every time. Uh,
You probably didn't hear my name earlier. My name's Kyle, and we've got with us Kalinda, which you
Kalinda.
probably know because it's written in the description, or you're watching from Kalinda's side.
Oh, God bless America.
So, Kalinda,
Uh,
everything that you just said, please repeat it word for word.
Oh my god. I don't know if I'm
No,
gonna be
no,
able to do that.
no, but you were just regaling us with your experience with studying history in university and your developing interest in streaming after watching Destiny, and the way that you developed your approach to arguments and the way that it shaped your own perspective about the way that you see the world. And I would really like to know what drew you to history when you decide to pursue that in further
I
education.
I've always liked history. Like since I was a kid, I always found it to be interesting. I think that that was one of the first classes where when I took it, when I was in elementary school, I took that class, and like that was a class that we had to take. Obviously, it was mandatory, and I thought, oh wow, this is so neat. Stuff about the past. I've always enjoyed like movies that are set in like historical settings, like the Middle Ages, or like the Age of Sail. I Pirates is a fun one that I think is cool. But I I guess for whatever reason I ended up landing on the 20th century. I think maybe a part of it might be the fact that when I was in high school, one of the history classes that I took, or like the first history class that I took, which was actually like Canadian history in grade 10, where, yes, by the way, I'm not American, I'm Canadian, although I might be American because my mom's American. And apparently that means that I might actually just be a US citizen by default if I fill out all the
Yeah, there is a
paperwork.
transitive property there, it turns out.
Yes, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to pay taxes.
Fair enough.
American
basically,
taxes.
We count Canadians as American when you're awesome, and then if you're not, we disown you again. So, as long as you stay on the good side, we'll count you in the history books. Okay, we'll take the credit for you. We're
James,
Well,
not
you can
leaving it for
speak for
Canada.
yourself. I'm trying to play nice with the Canadians after everything that Trump's been saying about turning various parts of Canada into a 51st state. I don't want any part of this beef with Canada. Canada is our friend, and they deserve better than what they've gotten.
well, thank
Sorry,
you.
what you have gotten. Yes,
Thanks.
absolutely.
By the way, I do like I've always American history. I think ever since I was my political awakening, or I guess whatever it is, and I know radicals like to say that, but from the point that I really paid attention to politics, I definitely was doing so. Like I did a little bit for like Ontario politics and stuff, but I really I feel like the 2008 election in the United States, I paid attention to that hardcore. I also paid attention to the 2004 election and the primary season and stuff because at the time I thought Michael Moore was based and awesome because of our
Oh, I
fucking
loved him.
super
Oh, I loved him.
leftist like current affairs teacher in high school showed us like bowling for Columbine.
Oof.
And yeah, like obviously looking back, I feel like a lot of that stuff is cringe, but at the time I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. And
Yeah.
then yeah, but I paid a lot of attention to US politics. And obviously like
could
every
be-
summer I would go to visit we would go to visit my grandparents who were my mom's parents who live in the States because my mom's American, right? And yeah, I've been to the US like a whole bunch of times. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like I think I paid more attention to your politics and your history than my own. I took US history classes when I was at university. It was super interesting. Yeah, so 20th century American political history, at least post World War II onward, was something else that I spent time in, although I don't remember as much of that as the Nazi Germany stuff because that was the thing that I really spent a lot of time in, especially stuff about the Holocaust.
Mm.
I like really depressing shit, in case you haven't noticed.
Well, I mean,
Nice.
you did say that you like history, and there is a lot of that in history.
Yeah, there's
so.
Yeah.
plenty of that for you there.
Especially
And
the
a little
20th
bit
Just
century.
pick a country at a time, and you can find the depressing, horrible thing that we were all doing to each other.
Yep.
Yeah, speaking of depressing, horrible things that we're doing to each other, we're going to be just discussing a few things tonight. We're going to be talking about Israel and Iran and that whole thing, probably a bit of
Wait, no,
Palestine as
not
well.
Israel, Iran. Israel,
Is
Palestine.
Israel, Palestine. Well, my bad. Sorry, Israel's got their hands on a
Is-
lot of different people's business right now. I wasn't sure where we were going with it.
Yeah.
But Israel, Palestine will be a topic. Ukraine will be a topic, and we might also play a fun game
Oh, we're
that
definitely playing the game.
I spent 3 hours putting that game together. We're damn right we're playing the game. So we'll have that to look forward to. We will be taking call-ins. If you'd like to call in, you can check out our Discord. I think there's a link in Kalinda's stream. You can also find one in the description of
Wait,
our
do I?
YouTube video.
Oh, I don't have.
Oh, have
enough,
you not
but
got one? Oh, we can
No,
get you one. James, would you? Oh,
I
Yep,
can.
I'll pass it over.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually. I need to find. Hold on.
well, it will be there eventually, and when you see it, feel free to click on that. Come check us out. Maybe hang out in the waiting room if you'd like to call in. We'd love to chat with you. And while you're at it, you might check out our YouTube channel. Give us a like and subscribe if you like what we're doing before you go back to Kalinda's stream. We would love to have you, and any little bit to get us in the algo would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah,
So
and
then,
usually our tech problems aren't this severe, but sometimes they are.
it's a process.
Kyle,
We
I
have
think
been,
we should. You know what? We haven't even told the people what the marketplace of ideas is.
I suppose we
Kyle,
could.
damn
Yeah.
us for not doing our jobs correctly. We here at the marketplace of ideas are trying to elevate the discourse and bring a little bit more fun to the whole operation. We're trying to hopefully take things a little bit less seriously sometimes, so that we can sort of relax into it and let loose and hopefully avoid the performative garbage and get past that. And one of the ways we want to do that is by creating fun, engaging games like we're going to play here in a minute. We've also, you can actually invest in ideologies here on our Discord with our patented gamified currency Grift Coin,
It,
so you can finally have a coin worth having.
it is certainly the most valuable coin on there, and the fact that there is an actual use case. That being said, the currency is fake, the stocks are all fake, and
And it's
as of
just for
yet,
fun.
there is no way to actually buy Grift coin, which makes it even better. You get some for joining our server, you get some for calling in, and if you do a good job, we'll even give you a little bit extra. Of course, that's going to be subject to Kalinda's approval as our special guest for
Yes,
the
later when we
evening.
get into the Collins Kalinda, you can award people what did we say? Up to 1,000 Grift coin is what
I
we've
think
been
that
doing.
seems reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so kind of if you think someone did a great call, brought something to the call-ins, then you can award them Grift coin based on how much you enjoyed them calling in. Um, yeah,
Oh, well, that
and
sounds nice.
Sure. Grift coin can only be spent at the marketplace of ideas, which I think makes it all the more
all the more
special.
special. So Kyle, do we want to go into those subjects first, or had we talked about doing the game first?
I think we should crack open the serious stuff to start,
Yeah,
and
you know
then
what?
we'll.
We need to get that solved. These foreign policy problems, they're just plaguing the world, and if only they all listen to Kalinda, then we might have them whipped here in a minute. Uh, and so when we had discussed what we were going to talk about today, Kalinda, you gave us the statement basically that th- this this should be an ice cold take, in my opinion, but it still gets controversy in some circles, especially presumably lefty circles. But the take is basically that uh, Israel, it turns out, is not Nazi Germany, and comparing the two is not very helpful to the situation. Is that your statement, Kalinda? Is that
Yes.
did I read that correctly?
Yes.
These
Yes.
are
And
your
also, it
truthful
triggers the
beliefs?
fuck out of me when people compare the two or when people say what's going on in Gaza is a Holocaust. In fact, I'll go even further than that. I don't think that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, which I know might
Mhm.
actually be stuff that some people might disagree with because, everybody at this point has now said that it is, except for the ICJ, the only ones whose opinion really matters on this. But,
Hmm.
yeah.
And uh, what would you say to people who say that there is enough reckless disregard for the livelihoods of people of Palestine that uh, some people could at least fit the negligent genocide definition under the
That's not
uh,
what genocide
ICC or whatever?
means. It's not negligent. You have to have the dolus specialis, the special intent to destroy. That's actually part of what makes it like it is. I believe we call it the crime of all crimes. And so it doesn't really
Hmm.
work if it's like, oh, well, you negligently killed a whole bunch of people because that you didn't care as much about collateral damage as you should, which by the way is true. Israel has like been pretty psychotic in Gaza, but that's not the same thing as genocide. And there's a whole bunch of more to that. And I just don't think we have enough information to determine whether or not it is a genocide because we don't know what Hamas's casualty numbers are. We don't know what Israel is considering when they strike a target. We have no information about any of that. And it also just does not look like any other genocide that I've ever seen. And so it kind of annoys me that people think, oh, this is genocide because big death number high. And a lot of it is really just boils down to the fact that they just want to apply the most extreme label possible to everything that Israel does. That's why they compare him to
Hmm.
Nazi Germany. And yeah, it's all very, it's because Israel has to be the evil villain and nobody wants to look at anything from their perspective. And I think it's very stupid. Like, yeah, Israel's done like a lot of bad shit, but so have the Palestinians. And nobody wants to acknowledge things like the fact that Hamas does co-locate in civilian areas and that they want civilians to die and they instruct their civilians to not like tell whether or not they saw any fighters there when the human rights monitors come to interview them. Like every single person who dies in Gaza in an Israeli airstrike is a civilian according to the health ministry, and because we don't know, and Hamas will not tell us their death numbers until a gazillion years later, until after all the human rights reports have been written and stuff, so
One thing that I often wonder is if people stick to these terms apartheid and genocide, not only for the connotation of being awful, horrific things, and like you even said, they're doing some pretty awful things, Israel is. But I think I wonder to what degree is this because people like to apply succinct, digestible labels to a circumstance, and maybe this circumstance is too complicated to do so. Do you think I might be onto something? And if there is if there is a succinct way to describe what is happening with Israel, what would can you think of
Oh
what that would be?
God. I it's
Yes,
it
please simplify the Israel-Palestine
yes,
situation
yeah,
if you could, in one
simplify.
word.
It
30
is
seconds or less.
honestly, it's
One
like
word or less.
I used to think that it was one of it what well it still is. It's still one of the most complicated geopolitical things. I was gonna say it's like the most complicated one until I've ever encountered, and then I learned about Yugoslavia, and I was like, oh wait, never mind.
Hmm.
um, but I I don't even it. This land is mine. There you go.
Right.
That's everyone thinks that. Actually, no, wait. That is how I would characterize the two extreme. By the way, that's an excellent meme song if you have not watched it. The This Land Is Mine video. It's like 10 years
Hmm.
old, and every time a new shit pops off in the region, if you go back to that video, like after October 7th, there was a new video, or there was a new comment on there that said like welcome back to another chapter of this long-running conflict. But
Good.
yeah, I guess like right now, unfortunately, the entire thing is ruled over by the two extremes who feed off of each other. So you have Hamas, and then you have the Ben Gvir slash Smotrich, Likud, Netanyahu people. And unfortunately, Netanyahu's kind of been being dragged around by Ben Gvir and Smotrich just because that he needed them to form his coalition and to like to have a government. And if they leave, his government will collapse. So like the extent to which he can push back against them is at least somewhat limited, and they are crazy too. um and on both sides of that extreme, this is actually why it's so frustrating arguing with either end of the extreme, because I have argued with both of them. It basically like they're the same. Their argument is this is our land, get the fuck out. No, this is our land, get the fuck out. Like both sides want to expel the other, either kill them or just like ethnically cleanse them, or like do some messy thing that's going to result in a whole bunch of people dying, and neither one of them wants to accept that the other has any right to the land. And it's and it's incredibly frustrating. There's obviously other stuff in there too, and it gets more complicated than that. But no, I don't think that. I feel like I guess that would probably be. It's two groups of people who each think that they own all the land and they want the other side to get the fuck out. And unfortunately, at this point, both sides have been sufficiently radicalized that a lot of them do feel that way about the other side. Not all of
Yeah.
them, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're just two peoples with piles and piles of intergenerational trauma, you know, sometimes not even related to one another as the issue. It's just piled on
Yeah.
top of each other, put in a pot to boil for now 100 years. God,
Yep.
it seems so intractable sometimes.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of
Yep.
it is because nobody wants to
Yeah.
because nobody wants to
Give up.
compromise, and it doesn't
Yeah,
help
nobody wants
that
compromise.
it doesn't help that like and then in the West you have these dumbasses who don't unfortunately.
It's a football for them. It's just something
Yeah.
to rah their side over.
Yeah, like well, and the left is obsessed with Israel now, like the commies and the socialists and stuff, which is really annoying because that's kind of become a purity test. But the right, or at least some parts of the right, are also starting to be obsessed with it, and I don't know what's going to happen there because the polling is kind of crazy right now in terms of like we need to abandon Israel and all this other stuff, and I don't know that that's really a great idea because if America abandons Israel, Israel's probably just going to act worse than they currently are. Because before America
Yeah,
became friends with Israel, they acted worse than they did after America became so yeah.
Hmm. What did America do to help rein Israel in?
So first of all, I'm just gonna give the disclaimer that I'm not like super like I have like a basic understanding of this, but it's not like
yeah,
I've
we
spent.
talked you up. We talked you up, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're not a professor. This is
Well, no,
best of
not
recollection
about
studying.
this. Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
And also to an extent, loner box osmosis. Although I have done my own independent reading since then. but I trust him and I appreciate the way that he presents things. And I think he generally does a really good job. But I've been reading Benny Morris too. If anybody wants to learn more about this, the best book to read is probably one of Benny Morris's books. I appreciate that he is. It's very hard to find books on this that do not take a pro-Israel or pro-Palestine side and like present a slant. Some people are way more worse than others, by the way. Like I can't believe that Zachary Foster guy is a real historian. It actually kind of makes me incredibly disappointed that that guy was able to get a PhD um when he is so obviously ideologically captured, because you're not supposed to do that. That's not, I mean, I know obviously some people do, but or that fucking History Speaks guy, like he's another one who's very obviously, but that's like a whole separate thing. That's like my own beef that, I mean, I could go off on an angry rant about that, which I already have previously on my stream. But yeah, Benny Morris's Righteous Victims is, I think, a really good book. It's quite long though. And one of the things that I like about him is that he presents both sides of the argument. And I think he does like he does a really good job of showing both perspectives and stuff, instead of like saying Israel's the good guy and like he doesn't gloss over the bad stuff that Israel did. Especially since he wrote one of the definitive books about the Nakba, where he kind of tore down both the arguments or the narratives presented by both sides, which I thought was, yeah, it was, he wrote The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, where he went and he looked at villages and he looked at documents in the archives, the Israeli archives and stuff, in order to learn like the exact number of villages that were cleared out and how they were cleared out, and yeah. So but as far as sorry, I got off track there. Your question with regards to
No, happy to listen.
how did America rein in Israel? So in the 70s, after the Yom Kippur War, like during that war, I believe, I don't know the exact details of like when they became friends. I know that I think America did send Israel some weapons like in the 60s, but they didn't really become properly BFFs until like during the Yom Kippur War, which was part of America supporting Israel during that war, was part of why you had the Arab oil embargo when Jimmy Carter was president. But Jimmy Carter basically strong-armed Menachem Begin into making a deal after that war was over with Anwar Sadat, Egypt's president. And Sadat wanted to make that deal. He wanted to make peace with Israel. He came to the Knesset, he gave a speech, but Begin, because he was a right-winger, he wasn't just a right-winger either, by the way. He was actually the leader of one of the terrorist groups in the 1948 war. And like he was very skeptical of the Arabs. And so he didn't trust them, but Carter like strong-armed him into making that deal. Like he had to drag him kicking and screaming, and he did it. And now Egypt and Israel have like a treaty. It's like, it's not like they're BFFs or whatever, but they don't fight each other anymore. And Egypt was Israel's biggest enemy up until that point, and they nearly defeated them in the Yom Kippur War too. So yeah, it's kind of, that's like one example. And then later on, America has kind of been the partner who has tried to, Bill Clinton did some things to try to get them to make peace at Oslo between Yasser Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin before Rabin was killed, thanks in part to Bibi Netanyahu basically like inciting against him. But yeah, it's just America has put pressure on Israel to stop things. Now, there were instances where they did that before that, like during the Suez Crisis, America told Israel to get out of the canal, but they weren't like full-on BFFs then. Like the U.S. didn't have the same amount of leverage. Also, let's not overstate that leverage either. Like if America told Israel to leave Gaza tomorrow and stop all settlements tomorrow and end the war in Iran tomorrow, they wouldn't do it. Like it's not that much leverage, you know. Or
But
like
we
to
give
accept
them
a
some
one-state
money.
solution.
Don't they do everything we tell them?
Mhm.
Don't they just do everything we tell them without question because we gave them some money?
No,
Is
no,
that how
no,
it
James. We
works?
do everything they tell us to do.
Yeah,
Because we
that's
gave them some money?
yeah,
That
Yes.
sounds fair.
that's actually very funny, by the way. The like it's just, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. It's either Israel's an American military base, so Israel has no agency and never does anything on their own, or Israel controls everything about the United States. Although obviously, I think the second one is far more anti-Semitic because like that's where that's the whole Zionist occupied government Zog thing.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, All of that
It's
stuff
crazy that it.
is from the Soviets. All of it. It's
Ooh.
Soviet anti-Zionism. All of those talking points. That's where that came from. They're the ones who came up with all of that shit. And leftists still continue to repeat it to this day. All of those things about,
Going how far back was this a Soviet tactic?
like it's in the 60s basically they started doing
Back
it.
to the 60s. Great.
Yeah. After the 1967 Six-Day War, because they were mad that Israel like basically kicked the asses of their Arab allies, and they were like, "There's no way this could have been possible. They had to have had American help." So the talking point that the U.S. has
Oh yeah,
always
yeah.
been like has always helped Israel or whatever is like it came from the Soviets, because that wasn't true. Like Israel kicked everybody's asses by and large by themselves. They got some American weapons. I think like the US maybe sent them some missiles or something at some point, but they were not. Like America did not create Israel. Britain did not create Israel. All of this stuff is like this is all just not true.
Yeah, Britain took some significant actions to actually side with the Palestinians, did they not?
Yes.
Didn't
Later
they tried
on.
to cancel the
Yeah,
what
well
was it called, the agreement?
God damn it. It's very interesting reading Benny Morris actually. Because that as I have been reading that, although I haven't I put it down for a while because I've been doing Ukraine research for the past 2 months. But like it is he talks in there about how all I'm getting is the impression that the British were delusional. And every time they came close to maybe realizing, hey, you know what? Maybe these two groups of people, maybe they aren't actually going to be able to get along, and maybe this was all a really bad idea, but then they're like, nah. And it just, I don't know, it just doesn't click. And it just keeps going, and it just keeps getting worse as they attempt to placate both sides, and then like they cancel Jewish immigration basically, like, well, World War, like at the start of World War II, essentially. I think it was like in the late 30s that they do that. And obviously this makes the Jews very angry because, like eventually they start hearing about the Holocaust and they're like, bro, what the fuck? Now none of our people have anywhere to go. They've got nowhere to escape to because nobody will take any of the Jews.
Yeah, and how do they know where that's going to happen next? Where's the next pogrom going to be?
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. But like no one really, the Holocaust was and that was basically the straw that broke the camel's back, because after World War II was over, none of those people had anywhere to go. None of those people who had survived. And like in Poland there was a pogrom against Jewish people as well too, like after the war, because it's not like Eastern Europe just magically stopped becoming anti-Semitic just because that like there were death camps against Jews or what have you, like they didn't. So yeah, like, and then eventually the British were just like, fuck it, I'm out. And they just left because they just couldn't, like, they made this mess, and then they ran away from it and said the UN could just fix it or handle it or whatever. And then you got the UN
What
partition.
Western nation would ever behave that way? That couldn't
Yeah.
happen. That couldn't happen. All right, take it back. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I think we've done a little too much agreeing here for the moment. I'm gonna steel man, and actually, you know what? No, forget the steel man. This is something I believe to a degree. It could be because I'm miseducated. It's so difficult to know what you're miseducated on anymore, especially when it comes to history, which is something that's constantly, our understanding of it is constantly in flux. Even when you have the best intentions at heart, trying to see history clearly.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and like you've said over and over again, this is a nuanced, difficult, complex issue. But it does seem to me that while the term genocide may not, and as far as my limited education, probably should not apply to the state as a whole of Israel, do you think that there are people within the Israeli government over time that would match that dolus especialis, the special intent to cause intentional genocide? And if so, perhaps not in a criminal sense, you might not say that Israel, the state, is committing genocide, but that individuals within Israel have had plenty of genocidal intent and have taken actions towards supporting that, uh, not as a whole as a state again, but as individuals.
I think that it is more likely, just based on the things that I've seen and the stuff that people have said, that what people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich actually want is to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And ethnic cleansing, despite what every leftist will tell you, is not the same thing as genocide. And it is not part of the Genocide Convention. It used to be when Lemkin came up with genocide, but that did not make it in there, probably because the Soviets would have been liable, and they had a role in that, because the Soviets they did a lot of ethnic cleansing. And like really, like we didn't really, ethnic cleansing was a thing that happened a bunch, like at different points, but it's not a legal term, and it's not really a thing. Like it people will just say it's a crime. We'll just say that's a crime against humanity, but I don't think that there's not a specific charge of ethnic cleansing. But yeah, like ethnic cleansing is the forced removal of a group of people from one particular area and like basically kicking them all out, which is, I think, which is basically what I think that people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir want to do. Like they want to take them and they want to shove them all into like they just want to send them somewhere else. And we've seen instances of this. Also, they've basically said it. They've said it out loud. Like, I have no problem admitting to that. What's happening in the West Bank is also a slow-rolling ethnic cleansing. The entire purpose of the settler violence and all this other shit is to try to, like, make it so that life there, if you're a Palestinian, is so shitty that you try to find a way to leave. Because that's what they want. They want all of them to leave so that they can annex the land. Because they're not going to be able to do that until there's no longer, like, 3 million Palestinians living there. Because if they annex it with all those people living there, then they'll have to make them citizens, or they'll have to accept the fact that they basically actually have like a de jure apartheid state instead of like a de facto one, which is kind of like what is happening now in the West Bank, where the Palestinians are basically second-class citizens, but part of the reason for that is because they're not citizens. But if they actually like annex it, then the whole fucking thing is going to be yeah. But like I think so I guess like I've kind of explained this before. This is my problem with in general labeling something as genocide, is because to me it doesn't look like a genocide. There's a level of intent behind a genocide. So I don't know if I would label it. Actually, I think probably I would, based on at least some of the stuff that I've seen. I don't know if the intent is actually there, but it wouldn't surprise me if it is. In Sudan right now, have you guys heard about or seen what's going on there in like South Sudan? I think it is. I don't know as much about like the overall history behind it, but there was like a huge massacre there recently, and like I believe the town was El Fasher.
I had not seen this, no.
Really? Okay, well, I guess I must pay more attention to geopolitics. It's not a foreign policy thing. Actually, it was like a few months ago, but we're still learning more about it. And basically what happened there is the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, they're like fighting a campaign against the government. I think like a breakaway campaign. And they went into this town and they went from house to house, dragged people out and shot them. And that is more what genocide looks like to me. Not you drop a lot of bombs on city and then there's lots of death because collateral damage is a thing. Now, that's a thing that can happen to an extent, but I feel like there needs to be more to it than that. Like there's or like in Myanmar, they were doing this too, like with against the Rohingya, or like they had the clearing operations where they would go into villages and again they would drag people out and like they would kill them. And this is the kind of shit you would see during the Holocaust. And obviously it got much worse than that. But like at the Babin Yar massacre, they lined people up after making them dig their own graves and shot them in the back of the head. And it's not, and they did that a whole bunch in like multiple different places. The Einsatzgruppen were the mobile killing squads that followed the Wehrmacht when they invaded the USSR, and when they started Operation Barbarossa. So yeah, like it's not a it's just, it feels like everyone just wants to throw that word around, but this is the level of intent that I'm talking about. So if the IDF, if it came out that the IDF were going from house to house in Gaza in a neighborhood and they were dragging people out and shooting them, and this was a clear and obvious intent, and this wasn't like something that happened like, in like the weird, in the context of like the heat of battle or whatever, or like they had some sort of plausible deniability, or somebody was being like a dumbass or like trigger happy because they wanted to shoot some Palestinians or whatever, then I would say that that is more of a genocidal thing. Now, there might be people in the IDF like that. There's a guy named Yehuda Vash who is a not that Vash. It's like Yehuda Vach. He's he's like a division commander in the IDF, and he was the one who was in charge when they were doing that god awful GHF garbage. And it wouldn't surprise me at all, because he was doing things like having them set up kill zones. It wouldn't surprise me at all if maybe there was an investigation found that perhaps like maybe he may have had some kind of genocidal intent, where he was like, I want to find a way to kill as many Palestinians as possible to have kind of like plausible deniability, because I hate them Arabs and I want it, because this guy's a crazy settler. And like I'm open to that possibility. I just don't know that I see it from everything I've seen from the government or whatever. Apart from like, there's obviously been a whole bunch of unhinged statements from people, but apart from most of it is they just want him to leave. Or like,
Well,
or they want to or they want to enact collective punishment against them because they're really mad about October 7th. There was a lot of that too. And by the way, you can find similar statements, or like you can find, if you want like crazy unhinged racism, look no further than the United States of America
US
after Pearl
government.
Harbor, against Japan.
We did a little bit of that for sure.
Yeah.
So it seems there's a lot of different ways that people are approaching this conversation from the Palestinian side, or the people who support Palestine. It seems like there are some people who are caught up in the understandable emotions of seeing the plight of the Palestinian people, and it's almost like if you don't agree that it's a genocide, they're interpreting it that you're saying that it's not a bad thing. That it's not like a terrible thing.
I've had that happen to me multiple times.
And it would be nice to find a way to communicate that while you don't think that it specifically qualifies for a genocide, it is still a really awful thing, and they shouldn't be doing that, in a way that gets through to that side. And it seems as though, however, that there are a lot of people who also have who are very driven to get that word applied for I don't want to say ulterior purposes, but like
I don't think it's an ulterior at all. I think it seems very, very much like a genocide to people who are only passingly familiar with it, or who believe it's extremely one-sided.
It is, well, yeah, it is at this point. It has become a truism. People just talk about the genocide in Gaza, even though I don't like. Yeah, there's been some governments that have recognized it, which is not surprising. But like, I don't know that there's any Western governments that have. I mean, maybe Spain or Ireland, but other than that, it's just not. And obviously, people are going to make a bunch of weird claims about it. But the ICJ also hasn't ruled on it, and I would argue they're the only one that matters. Although, if they do rule on it with the current limited information we have available, and they say that it is, then I'm going to find that very strange. But I don't know that they would do that, because in the past, they've been very cautious about what they do or do not label as a genocide. And the bar is high, as it should be, because otherwise you risk basically labeling something that at that point, every war should just be considered a genocide. Every war with high civilian casualties that was fought in an urban area would then be considered a genocide. And I think that's rather ridiculous. And it doesn't really like work very well. But I don't know how long it'll be. It's probably going to be years before we get anything on that. And unfortunately, Israel is generally not particularly transparent with the UN. I understand why they're not, but I still think that they should be. Or maybe not at least with the ICJ, they should be like as transparent as possible. But yeah, it's not really by the way, I think that the reason why, even though like a lot of these people might not know, but at least to a certain extent, some of them probably do. The reason why they want to like paint Israel as bad as possible, and why they want to say that it's like a genocide, or it's doing a genocide, is because when people hear that word, they think of the Holocaust, or like Rwanda.
Sure.
Or what happened in Bosnia, and then like from there the line goes, would you give support to a country that's doing a genocide? Would you give weapons and money to Nazi Germany? Like, I've had people ask me, or like say shit like that to me on Twitter, like, you're like the kind of person who would like defend the Germans and talk about how they're not all actually that bad. And it's very frustrating.
And then there's the group who seems to just be outright anti-Semitic.
Yes.
And I think
We
some
can't
of that comes
underestimate
from the
that
left.
group.
What's that?
Never underestimate how big that group can be.
To be
It-
completely
It's
honest with
apparently
you, I
bigger
think
than I
that
thought.
groups I think that there's a lot of overlap between these two things because but this is like I'm not like fully 100% like dug in on this because in some ways I find this a little bit more difficult to argue, but the claim is basically that anti-Zionism is the same thing as anti-Semitism, which in some ways, yeah, I can definitely see that because it involves like anti-Zionism is just Jewish self-determination. It's Jewish nationalism basically. It's like saying that Jews have a right to like, a home or what have you um and you're basically saying no, Jews in particular don't have a right to self-determination because a lot of these same people will have no problem whatsoever with the fact that when Palestinians make their state, and I hope they do get a state, they do deserve to have a state. I am a two-state solution person, as hard as that may be to accomplish, and the fact that it may be many years and we've been so far set back by it, like we have fallen so far from like the Taba summit when we were so close to it, but it just doesn't like I the Palestinians, when they get their own state, they're going to say this is an Arab state for Palestinian Arab people, and nobody's going to care. The same people who cry and whine about how Israel's an ethno state will not give a fuck about the fact that the Palestinians will do that, or the fact that most of the other states in the Middle East are also like
Already
state Arab
exist to that.
republics,
Yeah.
and by their
Even if it's not
definition
on
they are
paper, it's the
ethno
truth.
states. Yeah, except of course Israel has 2 million Arabs living there who have probably like they deal with a lot of shit, and they face like systemic discrimination, but like they still get treated better probably than most minorities do in the Middle East because it sucks being a minority in the Middle East, like in any other Middle Eastern country. Ask the Kurds.
So would you also say that it's not quite an apartheid state either, to that definition?
I would say what's going on in the West Bank is like apartheid, but no, Israel proper it is
Sure.
not, and I hate when people say that because that is
Yeah.
like it is way more like the what's happening with the Arabs is more complicated than that. It's not as simple to just say oh they're second class citizens like the Palestinian citizens of Israel. And most of my information come about this apart from like some of the reading that I've done also comes from the fact that I know like there's a Palestinian Israeli citizen who is in Loner Box's community and also my community too. And I've chatted with him a whole bunch. And yeah, so it's always been like talking to the Israelis and the Palestinians in both my and Loner Box's community, because basically at this point our communities have a lot of overlap, has been exceedingly helpful. And then also the Ukrainians and the Russians. I got a couple anti-Putin Russians in my community too. So
It's always good to chat with folks of that perspective.
yeah.
That does present an opportunity for a segue, unless there's
Yeah.
anything else we'd
Oh
like
yeah,
to discuss about that.
yeah, if you want to. I mean, like if we're gonna talk about Israel Palestine, the main thing that I would want to argue about if there are people in there is like I don't think Zionism and Nazism are the same thing, and it fucking triggers me when people say that they are. And people who say that don't know anything about Nazi Germany, and that's why they say it. Because our Holocaust education is abysmal and we don't learn. Yeah, like if people think what's happening in Gaza is like the Holocaust, you don't know anything about the Holocaust, and you need to stop talking about Nazi Germany. Please, Hassan, stop talking about. Anyway,
Stop talking about everything, please, Hassan.
Yeah.
Permanently log off. I don't mean that in like a Fed posty way. Just I mean from the internet. That's
Yes.
all I mean.
Or
It's
he should
just
go back to
permanently log
making.
off from the internet.
He should go back to making video game. He should go back to doing video game streams or streams of like him doing funny stuff, like going scuba
bro
diving and then
comedy
freaking out.
hangout
Yeah.
streams, please.
Yes.
More the Iron Chef or whatever you fucking watched. Go back.
Yes,
Find
instead of
your
talking
lane
about
again.
politics. Yeah. Although honestly, I'd like it if
Please
Vosh
stop
stopped
ruining the
talking about
world.
Nazi Germany too, because Vosh also doesn't really know anything about it, and he's so smug and confidently wrong. But Vosh never wants to talk to anybody, so it doesn't matter. You know.
Don't worry, we'll break him out of his tower one day. He'll
I
feel
doubt
so
it.
compelled with our combined Riz, Kyle.
Oh,
And-
is that what we're going to do? We're
Yes,
going
we're
to
going to up our Riz game until Vosh deigns to leave.
The fortress.
Yeah, we're
the
gonna break him out of
fortress.
the
I
fortress.
was
Yeah.
trying to think of a clever way to say that, but I couldn't do it without profanity. So
He is not. Yeah, I don't know. I want to talk to him so badly. Like if about Israel Palestine and about the crazy shit that he says about Israel, but he will never do it because he doesn't actually know anything about it. And I think at this point he's just audience captured. Like
yeah.
Lonerbox tried to talk to him and corrected it to him and like presented him with this nuanced view of it. This was like 2 years ago, and Voss just kind of like was like, yeah, yeah, that's true, and he just kind of agreed with him, and then he would just went back to being insanely unhinged, right? Like later on, and it just went nowhere. Yeah, I don't know. Just
Well, to be fair, nuance and granularity are scary and difficult.
yeah, I
And
know.
And who
probably don't
wants
make as
that in their
much
lives?
money. Most
That's that
importantly.
true. Yeah,
True.
perhaps that as well.
He's trying to raise money for socialism, okay? He's going to invest big in socialism until he owns all of capitalism and then he can swap us over. It's
Yeah.
like in Dune where they're slowly gathering up the water of the world to take it over.
Oh
I don't know
God.
if
Yeah.
you know the
I
subplot to Dune.
I need to. I actually I don't know if I need to. I should probably just read or like I think I read
Oh, they're
that when
worth your
I
time. You can breeze through them. They're fun, easily readable,
yeah, I read it.
very good.
I read it when I was in high school, but I don't remember any of it, or like I only remember bits and pieces of it.
I've been
Yeah.
through the whole main series of Herbert's like 5 or 6 times. I'm a big fan. I was a big Dune nerd when I was in my early 20s.
Hmm.
Um, you know what? I'm gonna give a little bit more pushback on or maybe not pushback, but just help me figure out my feelings on this because I understand that there's something important in the concept of genocide that means that it can't be negligent in by current definitions and the definition that you would support.
Well, it's
Um,
that is the definition. Like I can pull it up if you
sure,
want.
sure,
It is
but
the yeah, like the
if that
legal
is the
definition,
living
which is the only one
if
that matters, really.
the there's the legal definition for courts and then there's the living working definition for people to use in conversation, and I understand why you would want to have that intent, but it's also difficult because we don't have the manslaughter equivalent of murder, and at some level of negligence, um, it seems to me that it would become uh, if not in name murder or in our dropping a
Well, I
metaphor,
mean, you
and if not
can
in name genocide, then what do we really have to say other than like
uh
extra bad ethnic cleansing, intention,
crimes against
or
humanity, war
sure,
crimes.
okay, yeah,
I mean, like,
okay, I
what
guess we
happened
got
to
nice
Hind
big words for
Rajab
it.
is a war crime, guys. Like, I yeah, no, they've done the GHF shit is like that was extreme, ridiculous, stupid negligence. It's a war crime. The WCK strike, war crime. Yeah, it's you know there is I think the sniping of those kids recently, or the sniping of like basically anybody who crosses the yellow line, I would say that like that is a war crime. I don't know how they could say, oh, there was no or like those kids were dangerous or whatever. But that's the other problem, right? Is I don't well, obviously in that case I'm not buying that because they were little kids, and I don't yeah, like I think Israel needs to demarcate the yellow line. I don't know if do you know what I'm talking about right now?
Not entirely, no. You'll have to
Okay.
fill me in at least.
The so when they did the Trump's Gaza plan, basically there was a part of Gaza that the IDF is going to occupy as like a buffer zone. And they basically withdrew all their forces there, and they call it the yellow line. But it doesn't seem to be particularly demarcated. So there's been a bunch of instances where Palestinians who have accidentally crossed over into this have basically just been shot, and they didn't know that they were crossing over. Um because it doesn't seem like it has been properly, like there should be something that indicates, do not come beyond this point or whatever. Yeah. And by the way, there are actually Palestinians who are living beyond the yellow line, like Rafah is part of that. So this is like basically it's like a Hamas free zone. But it's not but you can't cross back and forth between the two of them. for security reasons. Maybe in the future
Is
you'll be able
there
to, but
is there any history that you're aware of Hamas using child soldiers?
yes. Um, Hamas, but I don't, not anymore, not really. That's more of a, the Houthis do that more than Hamas does. Hamas is, well, not child soldiers. Hamas has used child suicide bombers though.
Hmm.
Which is crazy. Although I don't think they Hamas hasn't done any suicide bombing for a long time. And even when they were doing it, it was pretty controversial because that's not really, you're not supposed to do that in Islam. You're not supposed to. That's not a thing you're supposed to do. So yeah, like there was pushback against that. But the Houthis do the child soldier shit. I think the youngest
Oh,
fighters that have been in Hamas are like 16 or 17 or something like that. Keeping in mind, remember that, obviously what different parts of the world might define child differently, but yeah.
Yeah, I
sure.
mean, I would hate to call that reasonable or acceptable, but it's understandable given the conditions that they find themselves in and their beliefs. Like I wouldn't consider it a cruelty to use like a 16-year-old soldier to defend what you believe is your homeland. I wouldn't personally criticize that as much of a tragedy as it is.
Right.
I mean, of course,
We're-
unless they're forced into it, etc.
Well,
Well,
yeah, but the problem is we don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know how
yeah.
familiar you guys are with it, but actually, in some, you know what? No, I will say we do know. Not to like fully take away from people's agency or whatever, but half of Gaza is like under the age of 18, and all of those people grew up under Hamas rule, and they all grew up watching Al Aqsa TV with Farfour and all these other insane children's programs that basically indoctrinated them to think to like hate Israel and want to like and glorified things like martyrdom and suicide bombing and shit. Yeah, like they even had websites about this. Yeah, like there was a whole bunch of stuff that basically, and I honestly do think that it's incredibly sad because I don't think that Hamas is actually defending anything. I don't think that they are. I don't think that
Yeah.
they didn't need to do October 7th. All that did was actually, I think there are polls that show
Give
that
Israel an excuse to obliterate neighborhoods.
yeah, exactly. And they knew that that was going to happen. And like honestly, they also, by the way, they wanted that. Like that's part of their strategy. That's the reason why they don't let the civilians in the tunnels and why they don't build bomb shelters is because that they want the civilians to die because it is good PR so that they can use it to demonize Israel further. Because they want that genocide
And
claim. It's
stir
all
up
part of their
support.
shit. And like it's just dumb. It's all just very sad because that Hamas's
Yeah.
whole goal is stupid.
Tragic. Absolutely
I think that they should be I understand like where they're coming from obviously and like to a certain extent it's a religious thing as well too and people are going to
Sure.
get radicalized especially people who grow up in Gaza and I get that but Jesus fucking Christ guys like you could just negotiate or like declare your
hmm.
willingness to negotiate because if they did so then Israel would like it would be easier for America and the rest of the international community to push Israel into something but they don't want to and at this point there's no way that's happening with Hamas anyway like there needs to be another popular group that is brave enough to like the Palestinians need a leader who will negotiate and I don't know where that leader is so or I mean I could maybe it might be Marwan Barghouti but he's in jail right now um
What for?
terrorism. He's in an Israeli prison for he was charged with terrorism in the second intifada. There's a bunch of controversy around whether or not it was bullshit because a lot of
Could
his
be fabricated.
well, yeah, I mean, he did want like he was like doing terrorism, but his whole thing was we only want to do terrorism in the West Bank because we want to make life intolerable for the occupiers, so then they'll get the fuck out and we can have our own state. So like I don't think that he has ever expressed we want to destroy Israel, which is what Hamas wants. Hamas wants to destroy Israel. But I don't think that Barghouti has ever wanted to destroy Israel. I think that like he's always been willing to negotiate for two states, but that's not the only problem. The other problem is the right of return thing, which I don't know. There's really interesting philosophical conversations around that nobody ever wants to discuss around the should the Palestinians get right of return shit, but nobody ever wants to talk about that, or at least I haven't been able to get any Twitter leftists.
I would love to talk about that. If there What do you got for us? I mean, it's once again incredibly dense, incredibly complicated. We're going to drop some nuance here in this conversation, but what are the conversations you wish people were having?
I want somebody to explain to me why Israelis need to basically accept getting punished for shit that their ancestors did, because that's what the right of return would entail. It would basically, like, if the Palestinians want unlimited right of return for all the descendants of Palestinian refugees to move back into Israel, at which point Israel would no longer have their Jewish majority, and then they become a minority in their own country, and the majority would be a bunch of people who they have spent the last 75 years feuding with, and with whom they have bad blood. And I don't think that you can just do that and then be like, oh, well, they'll all just get along, rah rah, because Mandela and South Africa, and it's not the same.
Look, it worked once somewhere else in completely different circumstances.
Yeah, like Mandela made it very clear that he wanted to live equally with white people, and that's all he wanted. Okay, it's not the same. And whereas
it's not in the South African charter to get rid of all of the whites.
Yeah, and unfortunately there were people like that, but he shunned those people. Those were not the people that he wanted to work with. And he also didn't target civilians and do like he did terrorism against infrastructure, but he did not go out. They went out of their way to not target civilians, and that's not what Hamas is doing. Hamas and the PLO before them went out of their way to target civilians, as did other Palestinian terrorist groups like the PFLP and all those guys. Like, they hijacked planes and stuff. So it's not really the same. It's just but yeah, I feel like there's an interesting philosophical conversation to be had there, because I don't think that the Palestinians should get unlimited right of return to Israel. If they want to return to Palestine, that's fine. I don't know how many people they're going to be able to take in realistically, because obviously it's not going to be a huge country. But even then, I don't know how many people you could fit inside of, if Israel and Palestine, that territory, it's tiny. Okay, what you want if you want to know how tiny it is, pull up Google Maps right now and ask it to plot you a drive from from the eastern part of the country to the western, or from the northern part of the country to the western
lengthways,
part,
not width.
Yeah, or width. It's not that big, okay? You can there's a reason why they have one airport, because they don't need any more than that. And yeah, it's not hard. You could drive from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem in a couple of hours. It's very, very small. So I don't know whether or not you're going to fit 7 million people into that tiny ass territory, because that's how many Palestinian refugees there are, I believe, in total. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean they shouldn't have someplace to go. Although a bunch of them are not. It really depends on basically all the Palestinians who wound up in the Arab countries surrounding Israel, in the ones who wound up in Lebanon, especially in Lebanon, and in Jordan and whatnot. And I think there is some in Egypt as well too. Especially in Lebanon, they basically get treated like shit, and they don't have citizenship, and they live in shitty refugee camps, because in Lebanon they don't want to give them citizenship, because then that would mean that they would fuck up their weird demographic balance that they have going on. So yeah, and also, unfortunately, because since this all started, the Palestinians have kind of been used as pawns by all the Arab states against Israel. And so they couldn't just let them become citizens, because then they wouldn't have a case anymore to return. And that's the whole point. And that's why UNRWA exists. UNRWA is a perpetual thing that continues to exist. Palestinian refugees get treated differently than other refugees, and it's really kind of ridiculous. And so now we've kind of got a point where people who have never set foot in the land of historic Palestine want a right of return to go back to a land that they've never been to, because their great grandfather was from that land, or because because their grandfather lived there. And it kind of just seems kind of silly to me. That's not a thing that we do literally anywhere else. And I feel like nobody would be in favor of this in any other circumstance but there. And it just doesn't. Essentially, it comes down to, you just want to punish people for shit their ancestors did, because the people who live in Israel now were not the ones who did the Nakba, and they shouldn't be punished for shit that other people did. which is what would like there are some people who go so far as to say that they want the Palestinian refugees to go back to Israel and take back their old houses, and if there's a Jew living there, then they should kick him out. And that's just, it's very stupid. Yeah.
This is
I
something.
think that's surprisingly a common belief among the online political discussions, which on an emotional level I can understand, right? Like if this happened 10 years ago, you might even be on board with that. Be
Well,
like, oh sure,
yeah.
yeah, let's get him back in those houses. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
the
that's
landscape
different,
has
right?
completely changed, and especially like you say, the way that it would change the demographics to the point that they would be a voting minority, and we can all presume what might happen next, which is just like a serious and perhaps even immediate and violent ethnic cleansing that
Yeah.
might very well fit the definition of
Or they
genocide
could get
even.
genocided, because genocide and ethnic cleansing often do go hand in hand. Like the
Oh sure, yeah,
Armenian
yeah.
genocide was like partially, like, like the first part of it is an ethnic cleansing, because the point of it was to like move all those people out. But obviously, like then there was just, and then they just killed them. And the Soviets have done similar shit too. Like where when you
Every
yeah.
genocide is an ethnic cleansing, but not every ethnic cleansing is a
Yeah.
genocide.
Yeah, because
Uh,
they all involve forcefully moving a group of people from one location to another. It just depends on whether or not they die when they get to that location, and also usually a lot of people die on the way as well too. So yeah, it's just not all of them. Sorry, it depends. I mean, Rwanda didn't. That was just a whole bunch of people with machetes going from village to village and house to house and like killing people at an alarmingly high rate. But yeah, that's what I mean though. So it's not really I think that there's a pretty big likelihood that will happen. So from a pragmatic perspective, while I don't normally support the um a state for a particular group of people or whatever, when people call Israel an ethno state, they're literally just doing it because they're trying to invoke the white ethno state shit, because they think that these two things are the same, but they're not. And pragmatically, Jewish people have dealt with so much shit, and all the people who live in Israel don't have anywhere else to go. They're never giving up that state, and they're never giving up their demographic majority. At least not, like, maybe one day they might be more willing to do so, but the Palestinians would need to have a state first, and these two groups of people would need to work out their shit. And that's gonna be like a multi-generational thing, and it ain't happening. Maybe in 150 to 200 years after we're all dead, maybe one day, inshallah, maybe one day, but not anytime soon.
I want to go back to this idea of paying for the crimes of your ancestors. And James, you'd mentioned a time frame you threw out 10 years ago. Maybe it would have been more understandable. I've been pondering this, like how many generations pass before you just can't really hold the original instigators accountable for their actions. I'm having trouble articulating why, but I think that the third generation is where I'm currently considering. Like once you hit the third generation of people who've passed down from the original instigators, at that point it becomes a lot more complicated.
Wait,
Do you
why
think that
not?
I'm correct?
Why not the second
What?
generation? Why?
Well, I guess my idea is that because the first generation is presumably still alive at that point
Yeah,
and
well, then
could
you
theoretically
should
be held.
hold the first generation accountable. Like you should, if you
Mm,
can hold the original people who did the bad thing accountable, you should. Their children don't need to be punished, and their children's children don't need to be punished for the thing. If you're talking about like, now there's other ways. Obviously, I'm not saying that reparations should never be paid or whatever. Although the way in which I
right.
would pay reparations, like if Israel was going to pay reparations to the Palestinians, I would say that should come in the form of like economic investment in their new state or something, instead of just handing out people money. um just because that I think that would probably be a more useful like way, like help them out with their new society or whatever. But I yeah, that in general I would think that would be. And now if you're talking about right of return, I think maybe your kids might have, like, I feel like if Israel's going to have to accept any refugees as part of a two-state solution, which by the way, they did in the past agree to accept some number of refugees as part of that. I think that probably the people who would be first on that list would be people who, like still living Nakba survivors. If there are any left by the time that this happens, which I don't know that there will be, but right now there are still people who are alive who do remember the Nakba. Like they would have been kids when it happened, but like I guess people like that I feel like should be maybe them and their immediate families or something if those people want to. But I don't know. I there has to be a statute of limitations though, and obviously whatever it is that we pick is just it's going to be arbitrary. Um,
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna be completely satisfied if we just pick a time like, okay, it's been 20 years, it's
The egg
officially
timer
gotten to
went
that
off.
point.
You
We're no
can't
Yeah.
visit
longer going to
grandpa's house
entertain.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the reality is that it just comes down to, the real politics of the situation and the material conditions on the ground of like what will each system bear, what will work, and we need to be realistic about that and look for pragmatic solutions that can actually happen. Sometimes justice isn't satisfying, but what's more important than satisfying justice is a functioning society. Sometimes. I
Yeah.
mean, I can see exceptions to that. I can imagine exceptions to that. But
Maybe defending your land from a hostile invader. In that
Yep.
case, maybe functional society is worth suspending for a moment.
um,
If we're
yeah, depends.
maybe that's although maybe that's a different definition of
But
functioning
isn't
society
that
than you're
exactly
referring
what
to.
Hamas is saying right now? You know.
Sure.
Um,
Well,
so
yeah,
it's
but
difficult
I
to
would
know.
argue that when sorry, I'm trying to set up the cat cam, but it's blurry and that's
Oh,
annoying.
No, I
oh.
understand that's we do need that. And I'm
Yes.
and I'm being serious. I would love to see your cat and at a great angle too, if possible.
Okay, there we go.
Um,
Well, he's on my stream
hmm.
now. I have like a let's see.
Oh, okay. So we've got many different factions here. Let's say we've got the Palestinian civilians, and then sitting on top of them, we've got Hamas. And on the other side, you've got Israel the government and then Israel the people.
Yes.
Hamas does not want to budge. Their existence relies upon this conflict. And
Yes.
so we can't look at them so much as an actor to help us resolve this situation. So
Yeah.
that leaves us the Palestinian civilians who have almost no power, and then the Israeli government and the Israeli people who have power. And so even when we look at it this in this more nuanced uh, um, construction of the situation, it seems like even if Israel is not the first mover, the creator of all injustice, even if they're not committing genocide or trying to fully ethnically cleanse Palestine, it seems like they are the ones who, even if one argues that they're not responsible for the conflict, they are the ones with the most agency, the most power, and most ability to make a difference here. And so I think that's where some people's intuition to call it a
Yeah.
genocide comes from. It's where my intuition comes from, where I want to say this is so bad, and you're the ones that can change it. And so it makes me want to hold them responsible for it on some level.
So
So I
the
understand these people that.
that's the oppressor versus oppressed shit, which I hate that shit, but that's where that
Well,
comes from, like that worldview,
I think
this
people run
notion
away
that
with it, but that's a reality on the ground that there's
um
one side that has the power, there's one side who has the power on the wrong side of history, and they're not going to give it up, and they're holding the one people we could look to on the Palestinian side under their feet, and so it seems like we can only deal with and to some degree hold responsible Israel we have to do so responsibly and understanding their position in a nuanced way, as I believe we're doing today. But it seems like they are the ones that have the responsibility to change this, or at least the only position to change it from.
So I mean, I half agree with you. Obviously, I think there are things, but I think there are things that both sides need to do, and depending on who I'm talking to, I will present either thing, right? Because I would at least want to get some general arguments. But
That's where I always end up on this
I'm gonna
issue.
use this
Depending on
on
who I'm
you.
talking to, I sound like a Palestinian, native trying to take down Israel and call them genociders, or when I speak to far lefties or cringe anti-Semitic rightoids, then I sound like I'm Israel's number one soldier. So it really
Yeah.
depends on who I'm talking to. I get that.
I haven't really, yeah, I really want to talk to more like crazy right wing Zionist people, but there's just not that many of them in this space. Like, I think there's like maybe one or two. There's really not that many. Most of it is just like leftists. But anyway, so I'm going to use this on you, even though it doesn't necessarily fully apply here, but just in terms of your whole power analogy or whatever. So, you're an adult and a group of kids come up to you and they start throwing rocks at you and you tell them you want them to stop. What do? You're more powerful than them. Do you hit them? Do you use violence against them? They're going to keep throwing rocks at you and they're not going to stop.
Yeah.
But you have the
Yeah.
power to you're the more powerful party. And if you hit them, you might hurt them because they're children and they're smaller than you and weaker than you. But you may have but you're the more powerful party, right? That's why I think oppressor versus oppressed is fucking stupid. Because like at the end of the day, people who say that are essentially telling Israel that like they're just ignoring all the insane terrorist attacks or like the missile barrages, or like the second intifada, like really. And by the way, that's where the rightward turn of Israeli society really fully started, was during the second intifada. Like they were more that was when they started turning on the Palestinians, and that was when like a lot of them that's when Benny Morris got radicalized, when he saw that lynching happen in Ramallah, where there was a couple of I think they were off duty or like IDF reservists who took a wrong turn somewhere and they wound up somewhere where they weren't supposed to be, and they basically got pulled out of their car and lynched, like they were completely they were murdered and their bodies were torn up, and there are pictures of the guys who killed them like holding up their intestines or like having their bloody hands, and it's absolutely insane. And I think Benny Morris saw that and he was like, holy shit, these people don't want to make peace with us. It won't matter. It doesn't matter what we do. And like he's still a liberal and he still thinks that there should be two states, and there are people after October 7th who came to that conclusion, and they were like, yeah, I think the Palestinians should still have their own state or whatever, but now I want nothing to do with them and I never want to see them again. And this is like the kind of thing that you have. And obviously on the other side, if you live in Gaza, you've never met or talked to a Jew before, unless you're old and you remember the time when they used to occupy you. And there was a point before the second intifada where Israelis and Palestinians were a little bit more chill with each other in Gaza. Like people would go across the border, they'd go into Gaza, they would hang out with their Palestinian friends, they would have tea with them and shit. Same thing as in the West Bank. But obviously and then things changed because that you had like the terrorism and whatnot, and then there was a whole bunch of checkpoints, and now everyone's super hostile to each other. So yeah, like it's not both of these groups, they don't really talk to each other, and they just see the other side as like a demon. Although the Palestinians who live in Israel are, I think, I like to point to them when I'm arguing with right-wing Israeli people, because that I think that they show that it doesn't have to be this way because they're chill and they're not out there doing terrorism. Yeah, some of them don't think Israel should exist or they're anti-Zionist or whatever, but they don't express this through terrorism. And they also, and the reason why is because that they in comparison to their counterparts in Gaza and the West Bank, they live pretty decent lives, like they can start their own businesses, and like they exist in the tech sector, and yeah, like there's an amount of segregation, unfortunately, that goes on for them, although it's not entirely state enforced. At least some amount of it is like self segregation, but it really depends on where you go and whatnot. And there's a whole bunch of weird shit. It's like systemic racism in America, basically, but worse. It's like systemic racism plus, you know.
It just so happens we have our first caller of the evening. Are we jumping the guns with callers? Shall we start taking them as they come, or shall we make them wait for us to play podcast or
No.
prisoner
We'll do that
president?
after we finish this subject. Yeah, we're gonna go play games and then come back to this. If someone is in the
Oh
waiting
yeah,
room or
we
wants to
can.
join,
Also, by the way, my other quote unquote hot take is that the United States should set up a no-fly zone in Ukraine, and they should have fucking done so when Zelensky asked them at the beginning of the war. Because I'm tired of this bullshit pussyfooting. Russia is not going to nuke the world over Ukraine. It would not be worth it. And the United States.
I think so too. I was discussing that with Ryan Mullally, and that was his immediate go-to, and I was like, I don't think they want to end the world and get the entire planet aligned against them just over Ukraine. As much as it might be a prize that they want, I don't think they want it that fucking bad.
Yeah, the only
I think
way
just back down from a superior military.
The only way that Russia is nuking anybody is if is if they feel like their actual homeland is under threat. Like their actual you know, like not like Ukraine, like, you know, as if they think that they are going to fall, or like there's some other instances as well too. Like they might do it in an escalate to de-escalate scenario. Like if they feel as though America's about to pop one off at them, then maybe they might shoot one first. Or if America takes out most of their nukes, then and they have like one left, then they'll use it. Shit like that. But it's not, they're not. There have been other instances in history where the United States and the Soviet Union have shot at each other and killed each other's soldiers, and nobody got nuked. Like, people need to stop fear mongering about this shit. Also, China has, like, apparently, at least publicly they've said so, and I think behind the scenes, every time Putin does his weird nuclear saber rattling, China's like, bro, fucking stop that. Because China doesn't like that shit. China has like a no first strike nuclear policy. They will not use nukes on you unless you use them on them. So, and basically at this point, Russia is pretty heavily dependent on China. So, yeah, I don't know that China would let them do that shit.
Yeah, 2 steaming hot takes to choose from if you'd like to call in. If you are listening and you would like to call in, we've got a Discord link in Kalinda's chat. We've also got one in the description of our YouTube stream. Click on either of those and jump into our waiting room if you want to call in.
Wait, is
For
it in
now?
Oh, did you send it
to
me?
I put it in the side chat here if you want to.
Oh, I can't grab it. I don't have access to that because I'm but it's okay. I'll just make an invite. It's fine. Invite to server. No limit. Expires after. Never.
No limit's fine.
Generate new link. Coffee.
No rush to jump into the Marketplace of Ideas server. Let me know.
Northwood, do you know? Have you seen North? Did you see his conversation with Destiny? He was in our chat here saying he wanted in. So hopefully he's got something to say.
I know him. I did not see his entire conversation with Destiny. I'll be honest with you. I need to make some time. I have not. I used to really enjoy watching people's streams, and I do still enjoy it. But as of late, I've been like, it's taken me way too long to research the Russia-Ukraine stuff. Just because I'm still trying to figure that out or whatever. Or like I'm trying to figure out time management. I have ADHD, and maybe I need a higher Vyvanse dose.
You know, it wouldn't hurt to try. Well, if we're all good to move forward, I'd love to bring North in here and let's see what he's got for us, shall we?
Is he there in the chat? In the side chat?
He is indeed. Let's bring him in. North.
Hey, welcome back, North. How you been?
Hello, North.
Friend of the show.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna mute for 1 second. I want to come back. I'm door dashing right now. I need to pick up North.
Yeah, well.
God bless. Kalinda, you didn't sound enthused. Are
what?
you?
Oh no.
Are you dreading?
I don't
Okay,
know if
that's
I don't
just
know
that's
if
just
North
your
and I actually wait. I think North is a conservative, so there's probably some stuff that we disagree on. But I don't know if we disagree on
He
this because he's anti-Trump.
Yeah.
he is
So
anti-Trump, and he's a good guy and a friend of the show. We're happy to have him
yeah,
here. We look forward to what is
Yeah, you're
hopefully
not
some
allowed to be too
good-natured
mean to him
friction.
yeah.
unless it makes good content.
Like
Actually, be very mean to North for good content. All
I,
right.
I mean, I talked to Connor, and obviously, I don't have that many disagreements with him. Although now that I think about it, I regret it. I needed to ask Connor to bring back the cop slop because that was when I
Hmm.
discovered counterpoints. That was one of the things that I really appreciated
Okay.
about his content. Is
Okay.
I liked watching him as a former police officer react to cop videos because it actually did give me like it gave me a perspective that I hadn't really thought of before. Like
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
added a level of nuance to police interactions. And yeah,
Yeah,
because yeah.
while
He's
we're
Okay,
waiting.
fantastic.
Oh,
He was one of the
I'm
first people
in.
that made me listen to conservatives and take them seriously. If you were born if you started following politics anytime after basically probably Reagan, you just think that all conservatives are neoliberal hacks that just want to like cut benefits so that the rich can suck us all dry. Speaking of which, North, how are you doing? Are you
yeah. Are
looking
you
to
trying to
cut
suck us all
benefits and
dry?
So
suck us all
I'm
dry?
currently
Trying to suck.
waiting for my DoorDash order in the lobby of a Burger King.
Oh,
So
beautiful.
if I
Oh
abruptly
boy.
mute, you know why. It's so I don't annoy the staff here.
Okay,
Um,
yes, be very good to them. What do you got for us, buddy?
uh, I don't honestly. I was just calling in because it looked kind of lonely in the server and there was no other call-ins. I thought you
Oh,
Oh,
guys might
great.
want
Oh,
some
great.
interaction.
oh, you're looking
Kalinda,
out for us.
we've
I appreciate
interacted a
that.
couple times. Very based with your take on Ukraine and the no-fly zone
Thanks.
thing. I support that very much.
Yeah, the
You're Canadian,
neocons
aren't you?
love it.
Uh
Sorry, what?
yes, I am Canadian, although I'm not uh yeah, I'm
You got
Canadian.
the Captain America
You got the
shirt, so
Captain
I'm
America
assuming that
shirt.
Captain America is my
supporting the
I
USA.
yeah, no, I Captain America is my favorite Avenger. Okay. I'm also a huge nerd.
Hell
Listen.
yeah.
But no,
Hell yeah.
yeah, I'm Canadian, but I might also be an American citizen. I don't know. And I
You
So
just have to actually go through with it.
no, I wanted to find out, and then I found out that it would mean I would have to pay taxes in the US even if I'm not living there or working there. And I was like, fuck that, and I'm not doing that. And so now
Yeah.
I've decided I will not be doing that unless I decide to move to America, which I might still want to do because I've got a lot of friends who live there. And
Hey, might as well
yeah.
just have two citizenships in case, one of these nations doesn't work out, because this kind of seems like one of them might not.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would if
Fa-
I was
a
gonna do
fallback
it,
nation.
I would be if I was gonna do it, I'd be moving. I would have to. I'd come back to Canada. I think it's every 6 months or something, so I don't lose my free health care.
Yeah.
mm,
Yeah,
being
wait a
nice.
couple months on that.
Yeah.
Because
Uh,
we
It's a
love our
fallback nation. You
free
apply
health
for New
care
Zealand.
here. Sorry.
yeah.
I just saw
Ugh,
how
I'm
triggered
coming to
you got
Canada.
You'll die of old
earlier.
age before you actually get treated by that healthcare.
Hey,
You
that's
better
not
build a border fence, or we're coming up there.
that's not
Linda,
that's not true, North. But I know you're just. Hopefully, you're just memeing. Anyway,
I
go
know.
on.
Well, we're memeing right now, but this is an actual serious question.
Mhm.
So I just came from the Wick call-in. He wasn't bringing anyone in, but I was listening to the conversation. It's like Destiny, Kraut, the Soy Pill,
Yep.
Dev, and it's like the whole gang's together.
I listened to
And
some
they're
of
all
that.
they're all basically they're bullying Soy Pill right now because he worked with Progressive Victory, and
Uh-oh.
and Progressive Victory has like what is that? Mike from PA, Hassan.
Yep, Vosh.
I'm
Yep.
trying to think of like
Kyle
Vosh,
Kalinske.
all of
Yeah,
these like
they're
tanky
all
content creators.
they're all tankies. Yes. Yes.
So where do
It's a
you land
scam.
on that position? Should the Soy Pill be working with Progressive Victory? Is there a better alternative? And how do you think content creators should be able to affect real life politics?
I
yeah.
think what Destiny did was based with the canvassing stuff, and I actually that's actually maybe part of the reason why I would like to get involved with that, both here in my own country and maybe potentially in the United States if I actually do get that sweet US citizenship one day. I think that in some ways actually a few years ago I actually went out and voted in the local elections in my city, and I did it in part, and I'd never done that before. I'd never given enough of a fuck to care because I was like, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I actually did research. I went and read about every candidate, and then I picked all the candidates that I thought would be good, that I liked or whatever. And I went out and I walked over to the school and I voted in my local elections. And I would argue that I did that because of destiny and because of like the extent. This was
Nice.
after he was doing the canvassing stuff. Yeah, I would like to do stuff like that. I I I think that the alternative, which I believe was already pointed out on that stream because I was listening before I came in here a bit, is the digital ground game thing. I do not like I guess if the Soypa wants to do that, then okay, whatever. I guess. Although I feel like the problem is that I think that he's maybe being a little bit delusional about those people.
Now waiting on the chocolate shake. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was not muted for that.
Rip. I don't know if he's still listening. Should we wait until he comes back?
I know I'm here. I'm just muted, so when I talk to staff, that I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, basically, I think that this is my position when it comes to these fucks like Hassan. Okay, there should be one litmus test when it comes to like who the Democratic Party should work with, and that litmus test is this: do you support the candidate? No, then get the fuck out. That's it.
Do you support him, and is it fucking obvious? Do I have to watch 16 videos to kind of get a vibe check on which direction you are, or can I watch one of them and know that you're supporting the people that aren't trying to destroy our fucking country?
Yeah, exactly. You should be enthusiastically telling people to fucking vote. You should not be doing this, and like the majority of your content should not be shitting on Democrats. Yeah, I don't. It's just it's not useful. Like I don't know. They should just leave. Get the fuck out. Yeah.
So I want to push a little bit further into that. Let's say Hassan and Mike from PA and what's that insane guy that did all the doxing?
Bad Empanada.
Bad Empanada. Let's say all of these like tanky fucks decide to support the Democratic Party and the Democratic candidate. They say vote blue no matter who. Do you think that you should still reject their support because they fundamentally are against like the American proposition and like the US Constitution and like liberal democracy in general? Or no?
I think that we should be mindful of the fact that they are who they are and that we should not trust them. But in terms of like when it comes election time, if they're going to tell their people to go out and vote for the candidate, then I'm not then I'm okay with that. I just don't want a bunch of people who very obviously just want to like who don't support the Democratic Party and who will apply an insane purity test. Now I understand where this is going because I assume the next question you're going to ask is, okay, Kalinda, but then would you work with a Nazi? Because that's
no, that's not really what I was going to go.
But this kind of logic can lead in that direction. And I'm trying to think now if that's even
there's a reason why I bring this up is because this is what the Republican Party did, except it was more of an open arm embrace instead of a hard decision.
Okay.
When the Republican Party was looking for a new way to brand itself and a new I guess positions to maintain and all that, they didn't reject MAGA and Trumpism. They like embraced it because they thought that was like they brought it part of the coalition without critically analyzing it whatsoever, even though it was against the conservative principles that they previously upheld.
Well, yeah, that's because they only cared about power. And also, scratch a conservative and a fascist bleeds. Or, I mean, actually, I guess I should. I'm sorry, is that offensive to you? I should say scratch a Republican.
It's a little
fascist
offensive.
Bleeds.
I'm still a Republican, but it's fine. I want to push back because that's the same. You claiming the Republican Party only cares about power, but then you saying that you'll accept the tankies even though they don't believe in what you believe in, because they'll vote for you. That's fundamentally a question of power and not principles.
Yeah, but hold on. So I mean, let me qualify it just a little bit here, okay? So I think that yes, there is a pragmatic calculation in what I'm saying here. And part of it is actually born out of the fact that you should want to take as many people as possible as if they're going to support your candidate if your enemy is a fascist fuck like Donald Trump. But if the tankies are actually like, if there is a danger of them actually taking over the entirety of your party, then that's not good. And then at that point it changes it. Right now, these people are a minority, but unfortunately, people like Hassan appeal to a lot of young people. I think that I feel like for me, maybe the calculation is just a little bit different because as much as these people might claim otherwise, and as much as they might trot out Zohran Mamdani and say, oh my God, look, progressives are the future of the Democratic Party because we won a deep blue city, a socialist won. The majority of Americans do not agree with them, and they are not socialists. And unfortunately, that wasn't really the case, or at least MAGA managed to I guess, hypnotize enough people to be able to win the White House. And I think a lot of that had to do with the populist garbage that they were pushing more so than, I guess, like the fascism shit or whatever. But I think that in general, Americans seem to be considerably more skeptical of people who say, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm a democratic socialist. That's what I feel like that would have been one of the things that actually maybe may have prevented Bernie from winning if he had been the nominee, is the fact that it's one thing to have Mitt Romney and all these people accuse Barack Obama of being a socialist. It'd be another thing entirely if Barack Obama was on tape saying, I am a democratic socialist. And also Cuba's fucking based, and like any of the other yikesy things that Bernie said in the past, like that ammo becomes greater. Now, that being said, there is some argument for a level of guilt by association. Like, if Hassan suddenly became, hey, yeah, hell yeah, I want to support the Democratic candidate or whatever, there's a level of baggage that Hassan brings because he's the guy who said America deserved 9/11 and who openly praises terrorist organizations like the Houthis and Hezbollah. And there's gonna like that.
Good.
That's yeah. And so unless he like, I guess, doesn't have those statements, then I mean the Democrats will probably
it's not just his supporting of terrorist organizations. I switched from one AirPod to another, so I hope the mic isn't that bad.
It's fine. Oh, also his support for China too. He thinks China's based, like, on Iran.
Well, he fundamentally is opposed to like the U.S. Constitution and democracy, and like capitalism.
I know.
So
he's an ML.
Yeah. So what I mean by this is you saying that you would like accept the support of Hassan into
I'd probably accept the support of
that's
Hassan,
like the same thing.
And then after the Democrats won a trifecta, then I'd probably say, okay, now all of you need to get the fuck out. Which actually sounds really bad. But or like it wouldn't matter because their policies are not, like, oh yes, come with us and then we're gonna backstab you. I mean, yeah.
I'm trying to articulate this properly.
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
I don't want
you're making
Hassan types to be legitimized, and I feel like they will grow
Destiny's
inherently.
Argument. Yeah, that's Destiny's argument. Destiny doesn't just want to get rid of these people because they don't support the candidates. He wants to get rid of them because of like ideological differences. I think that he goes further than I would, even with that. Like, his main metric is, do you have an illiberal ideology? Yes, then get the fuck out. And I think that's fair. I guess, like, the thing though is that the other thing is there's other questions related to this too, where I would like to try and pursue something. I think that in terms of what is our role as content creators, I think one of our roles is at least this is what I am hopefully aiming to do over time at least, is to try to expose people to more nuanced worldviews so that, like, maybe, because the problem with extremism is, and shit like populism, which, God, I hate populism. It's a cancer on like everyone's political systems right now. It's because it is an overly simplistic worldview that simplifies everything. And and like, it basically offers like easy solutions to problems that are actually not that easy to solve. Like, kill all the billionaires.
It's the Jews.
Yes. Yeah.
It's Israel. It's the I don't know, the Epstein class elites. Yeah, the donor class.
Donor class. Yeah.
It's the deep state. It's
it's the immigrants.
So many names.
And I just don't like
it's immigrants.
And so the thing is that I feel like there's at least, like, Hassan's audience is full of a lot of young people, and I would like to hope that maybe it might be possible to save at least some of those people and de-radicalize them. And so I kind of worry if like you're going to completely shut the door, then that might not be a good thing. But right now, the problem is that he doesn't support the candidate, and that's the issue. And I think you can still engage with him. I'm still like kind of 50-50 on whether or not someone like AOC should go onto Hassan's platform or not, though. Unless she's gonna push back. Like if Gavin Newsom talks to Hassan, he better do it in like a more adversarial way. Or just
I don't think anyone's critical of someone like the soy pill just because he was on Progressive Victory with Hassan. They were, I guess, against him because he was on a platform that was essentially promoting like I guess anti-Democrat Party.
Yeah, and he didn't go in there,
and he didn't push.
Yeah, and he didn't go in there and say something based like you should not support any candidate or any progressive candidate who doesn't support Ukraine should not get a dime, which is what Dylan said when he was in there, which was absolutely based, even though he didn't name the person in question. But the fact that he said, I think that was the last thing that he said. And I know that he was intending to do that. That was one of the reasons why he wanted to go on there. Yeah.
That's a good reason to go on there. And that's like,
yeah,
you're showing opposition. And that's why I won't be critical for Dylan Burns for what he did. Although I guess there's some culpability.
Goal is to bring people from their side into his orbit, into respecting his perspective and maybe engaging with the live and learn crew and more of that sort of.
So
content. Maybe they can be
someone...
the reverse pipeline, you know?
Yeah.
I've talked to Pisco about this before.
Oh,
yeah, that was a conversation.
I love Pisco.
And about this very subject. I haven't specifically talked to the soy pill before. If I can catch him before he ends the stream, maybe he'll call with me again. I can ask him and get a specific question. I'm assuming he's going to hold the same position at Pisco.
Actually, hold on.
To that.
Hold on a sec. I just want to say that, like, the thing about your hypothetical is that I feel like right now my current worldview about if you don't support the candidate or do you support the candidate, no, then get the fuck out. A lot of that is built around the fact that there's no way that any of these people will ever support the Democratic candidate because the entire spine and backbone of people like Hassan Piker and Bad Empanada is the purity spiral. They just want to purity test you. And if you don't pass their purity test, then you're not going to gain their support because they don't actually care about politics. All they care about is whining and complaining. And in the case of Bad Empanada, harassing and bullying and doxing people, and that's it. Like that's really the only thing that matters to them because they're not like actual political actors who are trying to affect change. I guess now if there was actually a subversive movement of tankies who decided that they were going to do that, like what MAGA did with the Republicans or what Nick Fuentes wanted to do with the Republicans, then yeah, I think I would have a different position. At that point.
I think Nick Fuentes is more apt than MAGA because MAGA was accepted with open arms. There was no subversion needed there.
Well,
it's kind of one of my criticisms.
Yeah, I think Fuentes wanted to come in with MAGA though, didn't he? Or like, I guess Fuentes...
He tried to with Trump in like 2020, sort of 2016-ish, because he was like the political outsider.
Yeah, well, he thought that MAGA could
was
be
at J6.
co-opted. Yeah, and then also he had dinner with him afterwards. But he thought MAGA could be co-opted, right? But then it turned out that it wasn't that simple. Although unfortunately, MAGA is weird because there was a number of with MAGA, it's so conspiracy brain that you're going to find like probably at least some number of people in there who feel the same way that Fuentes does about Jews, you know, and that's why you see, at least with MAGA, with this whole, well, we don't want to die for Israel, and they all think that Jeffrey Epstein was like in charge of like a crazy billionaire cabal, and that he ran like a pedophile blackmail ring and all this other crazy stuff, or that he was a Mossad agent, and this is definitely confirmed, which it's not, but yeah, I don't know. There's just I hope I didn't say anything crazy controversial there. It seems like a lot of people believe a lot of conspiracies or a lot of shit about Epstein that there is no evidence for. Epstein was a dude who did a lot of bad shit, but yeah.
You know who, I think his name is Sarcasagam on Twitter. You know who that is?
No.
He makes some amazing, he's a friend of mine. He's not that large, but he he makes some really good commentary about the political space. And one of the things that he said that sort of stuck with me is no one wants to defend misinformation about Epstein because they don't want to defend him.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of true.
It's like
unless
defending the
you're
difference between a phebophile and pedophile.
Unless
It just
you're-
makes it
Yeah.
sound like you're defending pedophilia.
Exactly.
unless you're Michael Tracy, except then he goes way too far. and
Well, Michael
basically-
Tracy's his own thing.
Yeah, I feel like Michael Tracy downplays the crimes of Epstein though, which I don't think is good.
Well,
And-
isn't Michael Tracy the denier of the Ukrainian massacre? What the fuck is it called? The one that
Bucha?
happened after Russia invaded.
Bucha?
They tried to take Kiev.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Bucha
Bucha.
massacre. Yeah, he's a
Uh,
Bucha
Digressing with
massacre
direction.
denier. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, did Michael Tracy really? Jesus, that's insane.
Yeah, this is what someone told me. I haven't independently verified this. I would suggest someone to fact check me. I was in a conversation with like a DGG guy, and he said, "Yeah, that Michael Tracy guy, he's a Bucha massacre like denier." I'm like, "What? Jesus Christ!"
Okay, I know Michael
Um,
Tracy's got some really bad opinions about Ukraine because I remember his arguments about like he's kind of insanely stupid pilled on that. Like in the they all just need to stop dying, war bad sort of vein. Yeah, where like that's his kind of opinion where he just doesn't support aiding Ukraine because war bad.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah,
fucking
all wars
stupid.
are bad, including defensive wars, apparently.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
We got there's a tangent here.
I could ask ChatGPT to search Michael Tracy's Twitter and tell me whether or not he's a
True.
Bucha massacre denier, because that would be
Lod,
faster.
tell me about Michael Tracy. Make no mistakes.
Help us out, robots.
Yeah,
Listen, I
Google
joke,
gave me
but-
nothing.
By the way, honestly, and maybe it's because I pay for it, but ChatGPT is actually incredibly good at finding sources, especially if you want news sources from a billion years ago. Like, yeah, I've been using it.
true.
Like, yeah, I've been using it to do research and shit. And I'm not, and by do research, I don't mean I ask it a question and then just read the answer. I mean that I ask it a question and then I use it to and then I read the sources that it gives me. It's linked me legal papers. It's linked me papers that have provided me explanations. It's linked me Reuters article or articles from like 2014 that I would have had a hard time finding otherwise. I also told it, give me polling data, and I want you to link me directly to the polling website. Don't link me to articles about the polling, and I don't care if it's in Ukrainian, and it's done that too because it can understand other languages. And yeah, it's been supremely helpful. It makes everything.
Yeah, I love using
way
ChatGPT
faster.
for
Yeah,
finding
if you actually click the
sources.
links, it's just like Wikipedia. If you go beyond the
Yes.
the printed page and actually
the
track
thing
down
is,
the links.
Yes. I clicked the
Wikipedia
links.
has like a lot of human hallucination, misinformation on it.
Yeah.
Like it'll say one thing and you click the link and it literally says nothing on the link whatsoever. But I feel like ChatGPT is fairly good when you ask for a source on something and is like, give me like a PDF like that of a source saying this, and it'll actually give it to you.
It can be. I don't know. Like, I guess there was my experience with it and then other people's experiences. I keep hearing all these weird things about people saying that it lies to them or that it just doesn't give them the right information or whatever. Or like,
Well, that's
links
because
and
these people
stuff.
aren't looking at sources. They're asking ChatGPT to give them opinions, which is retarded.
Yeah, that might be it. Or maybe they just, I don't know. If you're going to use it, you need to set it to extended thinking, by the way. Don't just use like the normal one. Like set it to like change it so that it takes longer to think about an answer because it'll give you better answers then. And yeah, like, and tell it you want its sources as well too. And it'll remember things. Like I told it, I don't want news articles about polling data. I want a link to the polling data. And then, yeah, it started doing that. And, at this point I've got 5 chats filled with like Ukraine research shit that like full of links. And like, I pulled up a bunch of polling data and there's other stuff. I'm not going to like use all of this, and sometimes I was just like, hey, find me UN reports about this thing, or like find me reports about this thing, because because finding shit on the UN website is annoying. Yeah,
True.
so yeah, I've got like 3 or 4 UN reports. And the other nice thing too was that there was, I think, at least since 2014, the UN has been keeping like, I think at least monthly reports about the human rights situation in Ukraine. And I was able to ask ChatGPT to pull up certain ones from certain dates about certain things, because I wanted to know about 2014 and the Donbass war and whatnot. So yeah, it's been exceedingly helpful. Or if you want to find sources in other languages, it's really good too. And it'll translate stuff for you too, which is nice. It is a helpful tool. I am like so AI pilled. Although keep in mind, this quality might only just be because that I'm paying for it and because that it has learned certain things about me through the algorithm. Like when I ask it for information, it'll often like give me peer-reviewed papers because that I previously asked it to give me peer-reviewed papers. So yeah.
I mean, I just use Google's AI just as a touchstone thing and use it to click onto articles and sources and things. And like, as long as it's like any other tool, if you know how to use it, if you're using it responsibly, it can actually be very useful.
Oh yeah.
Use it as a glorified Google search.
Yeah,
it's your first base. It's not your home run. Do not use it as your home run.
Yeah, it's my
if you're doing the analysis,
glorified Google
great.
scraper. By the way,
yeah.
I wasn't too sure what I was thinking or like what I thought about about Google's Google search thing. They've actually gotten some things wrong in there, like some hilarious things wrong. But the thing that kind of in some ways turned me against it was I was reacting on stream to one of Lactoid's debates with Dylan, because I've now watched all of Lactoid's debates on Ukraine and Russia. And he cited a poll from the UN, and so I googled it trying to find it. And one of the things that the UN cited was a website called prolwiki.org.
Oh no.
It's a tanky, and I went to this website, and then it became like an hour of content of me reading articles on this fucking tanky Wikipedia website and being like, what the fuck is this website?
The emblem in the top left is like a chibi Stalin, I bet.
Jesus Christ.
It's so bad. It's literally, and it's like every crazy thing, like they don't.
A representative of the United Nations uses Wiki Stalin, Prol Wiki.
Yeah,
oh,
I don't
God.
even know what, but they were citing an article, and I was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, I don't know what ChatGPT's list of sources is, but generally speaking, usually when it gives me articles, it seems to rely mainly on like Reuters. Like, it gives me a lot of Reuters articles, which is based. Yeah. And then it'll give me articles in Ukrainian as well.
Reuters
too.
and AP, the only actual news sources in the entire planet, and then sometimes BBC.
Yes.
Otherwise,
the BBC's even then. That's kind of
yeah.
It depends on the subject.
You get a mix there. They do a lot of first order reporting like AP and Reuters, but they do also a lot of sometimes even Fox News level just slop.
I don't even
you
know.
Get a real spectrum in BBC. Sometimes I'm very impressed. Sometimes I'm depressed.
I don't know what
when the BBC talks about
things is, because I've gotten when the BBC talks about Israel Palestine, you were about to say no, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
When the BBC talks about like anything that isn't in the immediate controversial politics of like the UK, it's good. Like they do a lot of like third world stuff that people usually don't report on, and I think usually that's kind of fine. But then when it talks about like Israel Palestine, Russia Ukraine, or like local UK or US politics, then it starts turning into a lot of slop.
I don't know if the Russia-Ukraine coverage has been bad, but I actually haven't really read that much of it because, like, basically all the shit that I've been reading about it has all been, like, fucking Reuters articles because that's what the clanker gave me. So,
It's the pure stuff. We do have someone else in the waiting room lobby. If you want to get on the action, join our Discord server and hop into the waiting room, and you can be the next caller. Thank you so much for your call, North. You have anything else you'd like to finish up by saying?
Nope, nothing else. Support the Real Republican Project, I guess. But,
wait, before you go, how was No Kings yesterday? How did you do?
So I did 10 minutes of streaming, and then I shut it off because I couldn't see the chat, and then I didn't turn it back on again because I didn't know if it was actually going through or not. Turns out it was going through. I got 9 signatures, and I handed out 29 flyers, which has a QR code for people to sign up for the local meetings I'm trying to organize for the Real Republican Project. So overall, it's pretty good. A lot of the liberals there were very receptive to what I was doing, and then there was communists and DSA people, and then some of the local organizers were walking up to me, and they were trying to like debate me or something like that, which was kind of funny.
No. There's a lot of us recovering debate bros out there. I am a recovering debate bro. That's part of why we started this channel was for my own internal healing, to try and make better discourse and be a better person. So, forgive us. We all are in different stages of recovery. They might not know they have a problem yet, but hopefully you help them find out that you weren't their problem.
Yeah, so I got the phone number of a DSA guy
Oh
who was
God.
debating me right at the very end of the no. So all the protesters did their little march thing, and I wasn't participating in the march. I was just there to organize conservatives who were anti-Trump. So I was packing up my stuff, and this guy walks up to me, and he was sort of debating me on like capitalism and healthcare and all that jazz. You know, typical left versus right discussions. And I got his phone number, and I might have him on in an in-person debate on my live stream.
Oh yeah.
North versus DSA organizer. That might be interesting.
North, something about you just apparently inspires violence in far left wing.
True.
I saw the clip.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't even. It wasn't even him. Apparently, there was.
I know,
it was. I didn't know that. It was another guy. It was some random dude who apparently was following that like
Yeah.
tanky guy around, and he just
Yeah, the
came
whole
up and
time he
started
was.
arguing
okay.
with him. Yeah. Also,
And that started the
yeah,
confrontation.
yeah, and
Okay.
then he was the one who attacked the guy, and then of course the guy responded in kind in like the most soy ridiculous way. Like I don't know, I'm not sure if it was really necessary after getting like pushed to be like, all right, put him up, you know, like yeah, I don't know if that was, and then he tried
Well,
to
when the
yeah.
left,
Yeah.
I how should I say this? I think the cops were in the right to arrest the tanky after he
Yeah.
went back into the fight because he
Yeah,
could have
to arrest-
disengaged and run
yeah.
away. Yeah, but instead he decides to go into the fight, and then the liberal, you know, taking off his jacket, which ends up with his hands tied behind his back as he's trying to take off his jacket in the middle of the fight. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, and the other
it
guy
was-
squares up with like the most soy stand, like the way that he, and then like he does the
Yeah.
fucking
Karate
roundhouse kick. Yeah, that was there was
He's like,
no reason.
Mr. Miyagi, like karate flying front kick. Jesus.
Yeah, like I mean, he could have realistically like just ran over to the cops and been like, "This guy assaulted me," you know. Like and I'm sure that maybe something
Mhm.
might have happened to him or like the other guy. I mean, but yeah. Anyway, the guy who's in my waiting room is part of my community. I'm part of Lonerbox's community, and you have my
Okay, I'll get out of here so that guy can get in here. So.
You have
North,
my
thank you so much for jumping in with
yeah,
us.
thank you, North.
Let's give you some
appreciate
fake
coming
money
on.
to complement your real money that you're making. How much?
Oh,
how
thank
much
you.
Bitcoin should we give North for his appearance today?
1,000
Just say-
Gritcoin. Is that too much? I
One-
don't know.
All the way.
No, that is the maximum amount we will allow, and I think that North has done more than enough to deserve that.
Yeah, you.
Woohoo!
That was a good
Yay!
conversation, and you did contribute. Yeah, like and
And he's doing real activism. He
Yes.
was out there at No Kings yesterday, trying to
Yep.
stream, trying to bring eyes on. Not only
Yeah.
that, he's starting the Real Republicans organization. That you started that,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
I-
realrepublican.org.
Project. Trying to bring Republicans back to sanity, a project we all deeply hope and pray for.
Yeah,
Sure. Wait, hold on, I have one more
it's
comment before I go.
important.
That 10-minute live stream that I ended early because I couldn't see the chat. Apparently, there's like a lot of MAGA people like clicking on that live stream. I'm getting like 4 or 5 times as many like views after the fact than I usually get on
Yeah.
on any of my other streams. I'm getting a shitload of comments of like, "Fuck you, we love Trump." the Republican Party is good with Trump in here. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Could be
Okay,
bots.
yeah, it could be bots.
Could
That's
be
true.
real or bot led.
Yeah. So
may
anyway,
as
I
well-
appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely,
hope you have a good night.
anytime,
brother.
sir.
Thank you,
Good
North.
luck out there.
All right, have
Yep.
a good night.
Yeah, everybody
Okay.
check out North's channel.
Hold on, before you pull in the
He's a good
next
man.
guy, if he mentions Vosh, I will. You have my permission to kick him out. Honestly, a part of me wants to say if he tries to talk about anything related to whatever the latest stupid lefty person said, then yeah. But you know what? It's fine because
All right.
guy-
Well, Chase,
yeah.
Let's make a call based on if it's content or not. Okay, you can be the judge, but
I know,
you
I'm just
maybe
kidding.
they're onto something. Who doesn't love trashing on brain dead leftists?
absolutely.
As a leftist with a brain, I love it. I adore it.
Are
Well,
you actually
Chase,
a leftist though? What?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. When Kyle says that I am a communist, on some level, unironically, yes. Like I do believe that there there could be some beautiful Star Trek automated gay space communism that allows us all to to each according to his needs and from each according to his ability, yada yada. And we could create a society that's post scarcity. Like my thinking of, I think of myself as a, if we get to communism, it's by way of perfecting liberalism. So I am very much, if you give me the simple, am I supporting the candidates, am I a liberal test, then I pass instantly. I say, liberalism and Democrats until there's something better that can win. And the way I would want us to get there is through incrementally perfecting the positive system we do have. Uh, uh, I think that, if Marx was correct that there needed to be a workers' proletariat revolution in the United States, I believe we took care of that in the early 20th century with workers' rights and the democratic American system of governments. Like I don't think there's a revolution that needs to happen. I'm not one of those communists. I'm an anti-accelerationist.
Oh yeah,
So
you're a reformist communist.
yeah, I'm the one none of them like. I'm the most politically homeless person ever.
Vosh used to be
my name
like
is
you
James Vagabond.
until he
Who would like me?
I said Vosh used to be like you until he lost his
Yeah.
way, and now he's slowly
I
turning
was
into
a big Vosh
everything that
fan
he hated.
until 2020. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Vosh has been up to lately.
We'll
Chase,
save him. Just like Luke saved Vader. We'll save Vosh. Hopefully he doesn't die of asthma right after, like in Star Wars. But
all right, Chase has been waiting long enough, I think, at this point.
Yes.
Let's bring Chase James in. Chase, thank you so much for joining the Marketplace of Ideas, and thank you so much for waiting patiently as we yipped and yapped about various things.
Happy to have you.
I promise I'm not here to talk about Vosh. Instead, I'm going to talk about something similar, though. I was watching Destiny's debate with Soy Pill and all of them, and Destiny tried to make this argument that the anti-Semitism of Hassan and co. is actually more dangerous than that of Fuentes. And his argument was that because people like Hassan and all the crazy far leftists, they want to actually destroy Israel, whereas Destiny argued neo-Nazis and right-wing anti-Semites, they don't really care much about what happens to Israel. They'd probably be fine if all Jews went to Israel and left America. But I don't really know about that. I feel like if you presented most neo-Nazis and co with the option to destroy Israel, they probably would take it. But I guess
I don't. I asked Connor about this, and now I can't remember what he said. Although I think Connor watches way more Fuentes than I do. I don't really pay that much attention to Nick Fuentes. It depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about people like Tommy Robinson, for example, Tommy Robinson is very pro-Israel, even though I imagine that he probably has a lot of followers that believe crazy things about Jews, and he probably does a little bit too. But he just doesn't like Muslims.
Tommy Robinson loves Muslims, but he only loves them in a sense sorry, not Muslims, Jews. But he only loves them in a sense that he can use them to hate Muslims,
Yeah, basically. And I guess I don't think that's the case with Fuentes anymore. However, I will say that I don't know that Fuentes necessarily cares that much about Israel, the country. In fact, he might just be okay with all the Jews going there. It seems like from what Connor told me anyway, that what Fuentes actually wants is he wants America to kind of like become isolated and to rule over its sphere of influence in North and South America, and to say fuck everybody else and to not care about anybody else, and to just basically establish some sort of empire within their own hemisphere.
To become like North Korea or whatever.
Yeah, well, not quite that, but obviously he would think that it would be better than that. But that's kind of what he wants. And he wants to establish a monarchy in America. I think that the thing is that I think the problem is that in some ways, the issue is that Hassan's anti-Semitism and the anti-Semitism that you find on the left looks very different than the anti-Semitism that you find on the right.
Would you say it's more insidious?
Yeah, I would actually, because it's not as obvious. People like Nick Fuente or people like Hassan are not they don't think to themselves, I hate the Jews. Instead, they think that they hate Israel. So like they're not
Which is
consciously
just half the
doing it.
Jews.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. It's because that half the Jews live in Israel, and then they spend all their time obsessing over this one country, and like they apply like this weird double standard to it, and that's kind of like where it kind of becomes the anti-Semitic thing, and then also the Zog thing. That's just blatantly anti-Semitic because you're basically implying that Israel controls like America covertly, even though that's not really true. Like Israel does not control America. You could maybe make some arguments about how Israel has like or how like Bibi has Trump wrapped around his finger or whatever, but that's because it's Trump. And with Trump the corruption is way more like clear. Whereas I don't think that that's
Uh,
necessarily as much the case with previous presidents.
Well, I
But
think,
yeah.
and I think Destiny was making this argument too, how Hassan's anti-Semitism comes from like a quote unquote anti-imperialist, anti-colonial,
Yes.
anti-West perspective.
Yes.
And his argument is that if far-right fascist anti-Semites took over America, they'd probably be okay if all the Jews just left to Israel, but they wouldn't want to follow them to Israel and destroy that country. Whereas far leftists like Hassan would, because
Well,
their whole thing is like, decolonizing Palestine or whatever they call it.
yeah,
So like,
that's true. Yeah. Well, it's because it's not even just that. Like their whole thing, it's not. Hassan's entire worldview is America bad on the world stage. Like he said it in that deprogram clip. He wants America to get out of the way and make room for more societies with for societies with more revolutionary potential. You know, like China or Cuba or whatever the fuck. Like basically, he just doesn't like the United States, and that kind of the campus shit where you're basically against everybody that America had. Yeah. But like I don't know if I would necessarily say one is worse than the other. It's hard to
well,
the horseshoe
a
is
lot, a lot
real, and yeah, I don't know.
a lot of the anti-Semites on the left generally don't think that they're anti-Semitic. Like they generally don't believe it. Now there are some, like you have like your bad empanadas and that crowd who do just hate Jews. But a lot of them just genuinely think that we just don't like Israel. We don't like what Israel's doing to
Yeah, they're
Palestinians.
anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic. Which, and I mean, by the way, like there are some people. There's a couple of very outspoken people in my audience. One of whom is Israeli, who tells me that like, no, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are different, and you have to talk. Anti-Zionism is a hate movement, but it's not the same thing as anti-Semitism. And I mean, yeah, that's true. Like anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism aren't the same thing, but I feel like the Venn diagram is a nearly overlapping circle, and they look very similar depending upon like what I think they come from different places, but there's like at least some number of similarities between them, especially if you start getting into the weird conspiracy shit about like, Zog or like Donald Trump is only attacking Iran because Mossad has videotapes of him fucking kids that were taken by Jeffrey Epstein, who was a Mossad agent. This is what Kyle Kalinske believes, by the way. There is no evidence for any of this, and the only reason why he believes this is because there was a New York Times, or I think it was a Washington Post article that was reporting on the fact that the FBI interviewed someone who said that Trump slept with them when they were a child and that they were one of Epstein's victims. And yes, that part might be true. I don't know, but how you get from that to Jeffrey Epstein recorded this encounter and then gave the videotapes to the Mossad, I don't know, because there's literally no evidence for any of the rest of this. And it's such a stupid leap.
Yeah, that whole talking point is really, really dumb. Also, someone in chat said Johan shout out.
Yeah, Johan's one of the people that I'm talking about. Yeah,
also on a more geopolitical note, how long does anyone here think the war in Iran is going to last?
I think Trump's going to give up, but probably not for like maybe a few more weeks. I don't know. It'll depend. But that right now that's kind of like where I suspect that's what's going to happen. Either he's going to run out the clock and then he's going to have to ask money for Congress and he's going to say fuck it, or he's going to say fuck it when he gets to the point where he's going to run out the clock, or he actually keeps going and asks Congress for money, but I don't think they'll give it to him. So I don't know.
Last I heard he was saying that Iran had offered him 10 oil ships as goodwill, as good faith or whatever.
Yeah. I don't think anything that he's saying is true.
It's like in medieval times when the walled cities would give out the gold and all their valuables to the invaders. The invaders would just leave with paid tribute or whatever. But
yeah, I don't.
Also, if Trump hits the desalinization, if Trump hits the desalinization plants, that could generally cause like a natural catastrophe too, because a lot of the water in Iran's already drying up, is in a crisis.
Yeah, no, that would mean that like Iranians won't have any water, which would not be good. That would be a war crime. There is no fucking reason to do that. That's just a straight up war crime. You can't do that. There is no reason there you know, in the same way that 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 really I would argue that hitting like civilian energy infrastructure is also a war crime unless you can prove that it serves some sort of military necessity. That is not a good idea. I don't know why he would do that. It's because he's an idiot.
Well, also in Israel, I heard they just passed that new death penalty law for
yeah, that's
for
also yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, for people in the West Bank who like commit certain crimes, which that's not good.
and I saw that Ben Gavir and his boys, they were walking around with like little noose pins on their suit, which is very normal behavior.
Everyone is too scared to address Stuart's points.
They're definitely not helping. They're definitely not beating the allegations there.
Thank you for the $5, Fellrunner. Fellrunner just gave me $5, and he informs me that everyone is too scared to address Stuart's points. Stuart is my cat. That's correct.
Well, Stuart, yes, Stuart has some insanely hot takes. I mean, that one position he had about black people. Ooh, I'm just kidding. But anyway, that's
I think
generally
his position
about
on mice is TOS as well. I don't think we can even platform that here on the marketplace.
Oh no!
Yeah,
what he said about
responsible.
What he said about mice is like actually Hitlerite. Like I've never heard something as genocidal as that. And but anyway, before I go, I don't know if I would consider Vosh to be a tanky like someone in here said earlier, but he definitely.
Vosh
never
is
mind.
no, it's okay. Vosh is not a tanky. I will say that, but I
He's
would
just
not
a little anti-liberal.
Yeah, well, he's very anti-liberal, but that doesn't mean that you're a tanky. The only reason why I say that, or I feel comfortable saying that Vosh is not like a tanky full on, is because I've seen him push back against a lot of tankies. And I think his
he
community.
used to.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's just, what I'm saying though is that I haven't seen anything from him that indicates that this has changed. But the problem is he doesn't do debates with people anymore, and I don't necessarily see him doing that. And unfortunately, I see him slowly descending into a bunch of shit that is like he's turning into everything that he hated or that he used to hate.
Yeah.
Like he has become he went from being a vote blue no matter who person to a I will not vote for Gavin Newsom because he's so
I'll vote for
fucking
JD Vance
black-pilled.
instead.
He would rather be an accelerationist.
Yeah, and
than
also the stuff that he said about Iran and how he feels like they would be a better regional hegemon than Israel is insane. Like I think Israel Palestine and the 2024 election loss broke his brain.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't think he'll ever switch on Ukraine. He's always been pretty principled when it comes to Ukraine, and I guess also to Kurdistan and a few other issues. But Israel Palestine's always been like his Achilles heel. He's always been really brain dead on that issue, and it's gotten worse ever since October 7th because he refuses to do any research. And he just sits there and makes these gigantic generalizing statements. I mean, last I saw, he was going on some rant about all Zionists being rapists or whatever. But,
yeah, he's just he loves to be insanely hyperbolic, which is annoying. That being said, though, like obviously, I think that like I don't know, I've seen him be more critical of China and Russia and also the Soviet Union than a lot of people that you would call tankies. You know,
I think he also. I heard he was arguing. I heard that he was arguing recently that Kamala Harris would be doing a war if Iran too. Which, if that's true, is
true. Yeah, he's made that argument. That's fucking stupid. Hassan makes that argument. I don't know. Like Vosh he's completely lost to that sweet embrace of what lots of dollars gets you and aka audience capture. This is what audience capture does to a motherfucker. This is what happens. Go inside your fortress and you don't talk to people who can challenge your views.
But also politically and economically, he identifies as a libertarian socialist, which is basically kind of like an ANCOM but light. So like they believe in like a lot of the same end goals of socialism, but they believe it shouldn't be enforced by like an authoritarian government.
He believes
that's
in
kind of like that's what.
Isn't it what's it called? Anarcho syndicalism. That's what he believes in. Or but he also just believes in market socialism. I don't know
That's a baby lefty term you get from listening to Chomsky in the early 2000s, like I did. That was my first lefty hard bend. I read all of his crap at 14 and listened to all of his videos, and he talks a lot about anarcho-syndicalism. He's very much sort of like sort of a Jordan Peterson of the left, where a lot of the like proto talking points of the left come from him, from like obscure things that he's preached about over 30 years. He's broken a lot of baby leftist brains, and I'm still repairing the holes in mine from reading too much Chomsky too early.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's kind of like the grandfather of the whole America bad stuff. I think he also identifies as a narco-syndicalist himself too. He doesn't just write about it; he's one himself. But anyway, that's about all I had to say. I went a pretty long while without bringing up Vosh. So that's good. And one more thing, Lowerbox is a cuck who still hasn't streamed yet, even when he said he was going to be streaming today. No wonder the Jacobites.
I don't know if he said that. I think I said that because I made that assumption. He might still be feeling sick. Let's not attack him. Let him get well.
Yeah, we'll give Lonerbox some grace, and if it turns out that he's been well this whole time, then we'll reaffirm his cuckoldry.
Then we can call him a cuck.
Honestly,
next time.
listen, I understand, Chase. I get it. Okay, Lonerbox went out to get milk 2 weeks ago, and he hasn't come back. I know. It's very, very.
No wonder.
Get cigarettes.
No wonder the Jacobites lost in 1715. Anyway, that's deep Scotch lore. Anyway, just joking. See y'all. Have a fun stream. And
before you go, Chase, we want to give you some fake money if that's all right.
Oh boy, was it that Griff coin stuff?
Indeed, it is.
Oh yeah, I got a message about that. Thanks.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And there's more where that came from.
You can also join an ideology that best represents you. You could join communism to support Vosh and make a better communist utopia in the future. Or
Chase
you can represent liberalism.
He's a recovering Voshite.
Same.
Although sometimes we wonder.
It's fine.
We should start a weekly recovering debate bros thing here, and we can talk about all the terrible content that we used to adore.
All right. Well, fun talk, guys. Have fun. It's getting kind of late here. Oh, sorry.
Did we give you the money or not? I don't recall if we did.
How much would you like to award this wonderful caller?
800 grift coin.
You can just throw him the grift.
800.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
A solid number.
Thank you so much for coming on.
It was
all right. Thanks for the shekels.
Question.
Thanks for the shekels. And
all hail Lonerbox.
Yes.
Yep.
Bye, Chase. Thanks.
A couple of spirited conversations there with North and then Chase.
Yeah, and if you want to be the next one, please hop on into the Discord and we can get you in here for the next conversation. But until someone else joins, how about we're up the Marketplace of Ideas first ever on-air game.
Yeah, Kalinda, how does that sound to you? And how are you feeling, by the way? I want to make sure we're respecting your time.
Sure, yeah. If you want to skip the games, no problem. We've had a great conversation tonight.
No, we can do the games for a bit, and then I might go just because a part of me is like, I'm going to start stream at 6:30 in the morning tomorrow because that's usually when I start my stream, because that I like to get a good 4 hours in before Lonerbox usually goes live. But it sounds like he's not going to be here, so I'm probably just going to stream at 8:30 a.m. or something. But I don't know. I also have to figure that out because I need to do research. It's very hard. The morning is when I am most productive. But anyhow.
Okay. Well, so we'll play a couple of rounds, and then whenever you feel like you need to check out, or if we get a good quick caller in, then we can wrap up.
Alrighty. So this game, you might know the game Fuck, Marry, Kill.
Have you heard of this game?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we've created a variant.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about who we want to fuck on the show. It's just not really what we're about. Not to mention, we've built our foundation of audience from Connor's audience, and he's had a bit of a gooner infestation. We just don't really want to encourage that any more than is necessary to maintain our audience.
He's asked us not to. He's asked us to help him tamp down those terrible gooners.
So what we're going to play instead is a game called Podcaster, Prisoner, President. The premise is very much the same. We've got 3 people that we need to categorize thusly. And without further ado, I bring you round 1.
You can tune into the stream there. and we have. Oh, no.
So we're starting off a little memey here. We've got Kid Rock, Tom McDonald, and Kanye West. Three, I will say in the case, like, not untalented musicians, but dog shit opinions, and they're more than willing to share them.
This is the most horrendous picture of Tom McDonald I've ever
Well,
seen in my life.
that is what I was aiming for, so good. I'm glad to hear it.
I feel
First
like
of all, are you familiar with all three of these people?
Now,
I'm,
Tom's a fellow Canadian, is he not?
yeah, he is. I mean, I've heard
That's
of
on you
them.
guys.
I am the most familiar with Kanye. And I
Okay.
know that I think Tom McDonald, like, I know they're all conservatives, except Kanye is not just, well, because Kanye's not a conservative. Kanye's a Nazi, but
Yeah,
the
some
other
sort
two
of-
are
yeah.
conservatives. I'm trying to decide. I mean, is
Yeah,
Kanye
who would be best to put in it? I mean, if Kanye is to be believed, he was off his meds for a while, and he's since apologized. And so, and you know, for what that's worth, I
that
still don't know if I want him.
honestly, I feel like that I kind of suspected that was probably the case, because it seems like every time he goes crazy, it's because he's off his meds.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's hard to give grace when
Although,
somebody's
on the other
letting-
hand,
yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro, how long were you off your meds for? This guy made a whole album about like Hitler and
He
shit.
really-
Yeah. He didn't take him once during producing a whole album. Okay.
Yeah, that just
there was a lot of period of time. I don't know
All
how
right.
long.
Well, somebody with that bad a decision making can't be the president. I'm just gonna put that out
just
there.
put him in prisoner. Let's just go.
Okay.
Okay.
Kanye,
He'll
I'm
get
sorry,
his meds
bud.
there. We know
Yeah.
where this is
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, you're
If
gonna
he's
be
a
well
podcaster,
monitored
it'll
here.
all go to his head. Nobody will be there to tell him no, because like nobody tells Rogan no. We need to put Kanye in prison for the good of Kanye. This is to help Kanye. Maybe we'll get some banger albums from the prison.
Well, unfortunately, the rest of the decision is more or less made for us if we're adhering to American law, because as we've established, Tom McDonald was not an American citizen. He's in fact Canadian.
Let's assume he can be president so that we can actually play out the round.
all
Who
right,
would you
fine.
rather be, the podcaster, and who would you rather be, the president?
I feel like my lack of knowledge is cutting against me here, because I don't. I know that Kid Rock's been a conservative for a long time. I feel like I've never heard of. So I mean, if that's the case, then you know what? Make Kid Rock be the president, because I'm gonna hope that maybe he's actually not actually MAGA, and maybe he'll just be like a normal, like, conservative president.
If nothing else, he's actually been in the Oval Office before, so he has a little more executive experience than Tom would. So there we've got it. First round, we've got Tom McDonald stuck podcasting, Kanye West in prison, and Kid Rock leading the free world.
Oh,
all right.
God.
Brilliant. All right.
I mean,
do we have a less
obviously, that's
memey one next, Kyle?
Yes.
What was that, James?
Do we have a less memey one next, hopefully?
Oh, I suppose we could go a little less memey for the next
What do
one.
you got for us?
Let's go with
Oh shit! Someone in my chat is telling me that Kid Rock is the worst one of that group. There's no way Kid Rock's worse than Kanye.
That's very possible.
I mean, he does have a couple of
honestly.
He's said some very interesting things about his regards for things of a statutory nature.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, that was weird. Oh yeah, when they did the conservative halftime show, he actually sung a song that. Can you give us the lyric, Kyle? It's not. Some people say it's statutory.
Yeah.
I say it's mandatory. He actually
Dear Lord.
said.
Well, we just made him president, so.
At the halftime show during the Epstein scandal, these people have no brains.
Can
okay?
that?
What
I mean, is that any worse than Trump? I don't know.
We don't know anymore.
I mean, maybe Tom McDonald's not as bad. I don't know. All I'm saying is that the problem is the only thing that I've ever heard from Tom McDonald is that he seems very MAGA.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, hard to say how genuine he is. Maybe he really is. I don't know. But I will say he has his tracks like loaded up, ready to go whenever there's like a slight controversy that he could exploit from the left.
Yes.
So props to him for being on top of his shit, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what? Honestly, all of those people might be MAGA. Well, except Kanye. Kanye is a Nazi.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
he's his
make
own
that
special
assumption.
category.
Yeah.
Well, we've got three new gentlemen to ponder for these roles. We've got our Jordan Peterson Glenn Beck, and Alex Jones, 3 men who are not afraid to share their emotions, which is a value that we all cherish and respect. Who do you think is best in charge of the free world? Who do you think we need to put away? And who's going to be relegated to the doldrums of speaking into the void?
Oh my god, all of these people are terrible. Glenn Beck is like a. Glenn Beck believes in like weird George Soros color revolution conspiracy bullshit. Alex Jones is like
multiplied
a crazy...
by end of the world Christianity.
Yeah, Alex Jones is like a crazy conspiracy person, and fucking Jordan Peterson is like a wacko social conservative who also believes all the conspiracy theories about vaccines and.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but I will say just heuristically, I think that just looking at these pictures here, Jordan Peterson's tears are less performative. I think he actually is upset about whatever it is he's upset about in this picture. I forget the context.
It's about he's crying about young men. That's always what he's crying about.
That's right. Yeah, he
almost inevitably. We don't actually have to know.
I've seen it. There was when he was on Piers Morgan. I saw that interview.
Oh yes.
All right. Well, let's maybe do some process of elimination. Can Alex Jones be president? I don't think that's such a great idea.
I don't think it is. Although,
and he's already
Hold on, hear me out. I think Alex Jones is a grifter. I don't think he actually believes in anything.
Sure.
And I think that the Sandy Hook thing exposed this. So maybe he would actually be the least bad of all of them. Because he's a grifter.
Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, that just
we've got a grifter president right now, and we see how bad that can go. So
right. So
just because it's not real fascism doesn't mean it's not great. Or
well,
not,
yeah,
I mean, not
I know. Although, yeah, I agree that Donald Trump's a grifter. Although actually, is Alex Jones a narcissist? I mean, yeah, he probably is because he runs InfoWars.
Just less prodigious of one.
Yeah.
Some part of Alex Jones can feel satisfaction, whereas Trump is just a hole of need for attention and adoration.
Yeah, Donald Trump is a thin-skinned man-child. I don't know if I necessarily got that impression from Alex Jones, but who knows?
Alex Jones is willing to stand on. I mean, he's willing to eat his neighbors.
My superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass.
See, there you go. So I don't know.
Is that one of the sounds for our Discord, Kyle?
That is a personal soundboard that I went through the trouble of uploading.
All right, you know what? Make that one of our Discord soundboards.
That's actually
we'll add that to the list of all the things that we need to do at some point in the future.
I need more sounds, but yeah.
Sounds are great. I wish I need more too. Okay, Alex Jones. I mean,
you know what? Fuck it. Just let him be a podcaster.
All right, you get to keep doing your thing, Alex Jones.
He's been around for
Sandy
so
Hook
long.
be damned.
Hopefully he can. Well, honestly, out of all of these people, actually, I'm trying to think of like who is the worst person out of all these people, but I feel like all these people are just they're all bad in different ways because I would like to like with Kanye it was easy. It was easy to put Kanye in the prisoner category. He was easily the worst of those 3 people.
That
just
was
because
one of the reasons why
he's a Nazi, you know?
Right. And then from there it's like, well, okay, I mean, I guess Kid Rock, is at least, hey, he's friends with the current president, and that's more than, well, I don't know, maybe they've associated. Anyway, the point is, that one was easier. This one's going to be a little more difficult, and I wonder if that will be the trend moving forward.
I suspect it will.
I think.
You know what,
James? You can
put.
What was that, Kalinda?
God damn it!
Sorry, I keep interrupting you, and then.
No, I'm just trying to think here. Fuck it, put Jordan Peterson in as the goddamn president, even though I hate the thought of that. Listen, you know what? We will hope that Jordan Peterson's brain has been completely fried by the benzos that he got hooked on, and that other people will actually be doing things for him. And make Glenn Beck be the podcaster and put Alex Jones under prisoner.
All right, sorry, Alex.
Yes,
because
this
Alex
is the correct
Jones,
order.
Alex Jones legitimately did bad stuff, I think he caused real legitimate harm with the Sandy Hook shit.
He exploited the death and murder of children in a mass murder event in order to make money on his podcast. That is one of the worst people that will be listed today, in my opinion.
And
that
Glenn Beck
is
just gonna keep doing his stupid shit that he's always been doing. So.
I think he'd do the least damage of the three. He's done the least damage of the three with his social media presence. I personally
that might be true. Although when he was on Fox News, he was like, I think he was their biggest program. I remember when Glenn Beck was huge on Fox News, like, because that was when I was also paying attention during Obama's presidency. He contributed to a lot of that bullshit Tea Party shit. You know, I remember him on his chalkboard ranting about how America was becoming like the Weimar Republic. Yeah.
He's been all over the place and been fairly irresponsible, but not quite as much as Alex Jones. Let's go for something a little more global. Let's get geopolitical up in this bit. And hang on. Why did Nayib Bukele's name is missing and I don't know why. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I put so much time into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's
how do you spell his first name? Is it Naim?
I don't know. Why does Erdogan have devil horns?
Oh, don't read into that. That's just the flag behind him. There's no symbolism intended by the picture that I chose and the way that I cropped it. Don't even worry about it. So here we go. We've got I mean, Bukele with that hat, he's clearly, the coolest one. Erdogan, I mean, that flag sure is making me think a certain way about him. And Viktor Orban, well, they're all Trump dick sucks. They've all done some pretty horrible things to their relative countries, and in Bukele's case, assisting some terrible things done to ours.
Also, Orban, Orban hasn't just done terrible things to his country. Orban is currently Orban is currently holding back the EU's unfreezing assets to give to Ukraine, or rather the EU giving a loan to Ukraine that will keep them from going bankrupt. And if they don't get that money in a few months, they're fucked. So let us all pray that Orban is voted out of office. Also, he's corrupt as fuck too. And he's increasingly authoritarian, and also his regime pushes a lot of the weird anti-Semitic George Soros conspiracy garbage. Yeah.
So do you think we've nailed down that he's probably the worst of these three?
Oh God, I don't know. That's a hard one. You've literally given me like three. They're basically all dictators. Erdogan is like maybe the least of them in terms of a dictator, but he's also really fucking bad too. And he's done a lot of bad stuff for Turkey. And the fact that the army tried to do a coup against him and they failed is not good, because that's usually how Turkey tends to self-correct, at least as far as I understand it. Turkey usually has like military coups every few years, and the army wasn't able to coup him.
Instead of elections.
He's going to be there for a while. That being said, if we had to pick one of these gentlemen to be president, do we think it's Erdogan is the best choice?
No. I do not think it's Erdogan. Fuck that.
Okay.
He presided over the murder of all those Kurds in northern Syria. Fuck. That's so difficult.
This one's too mean.
But
there's just no good answers here.
put Erdogan in prisoner, and put
right.
Orban under. Orban can rant angrily about Zelensky and George Soros on his podcast, and then make Bukele be the president, which I absolutely hate.
All right, Bukele. Please don't make us adopt Bitcoin as the national currency.
Also, please don't build CCOD in America. Obviously, Bukele's not good, but
yeah. Don't do anything with your role as president if you could avoid it, please.
Actually, wait, hold on. Here's a question. This is kind of a silly question with regards to this. You don't have to move any of them around. You can leave them, but
wait, a silly question? This is very serious business. I am.
No, I mean, actually, this isn't a silly question. This is a real question, because now I feel like what we're doing is we're getting into the who would you rather have as president, Hassan or Nick Fuentes scenario, and so I have to ask.
You guessed the next one.
For this,
Kidding.
Oh my God, I have to ask this question for the sake of the hypothetical.
Okay.
Do they have how much power do they actually have? We're talking president of the United States here.
Yeah.
Are they constrained by American institutions?
Let's assume that they are. Insofar Trump has been.
Yeah.
Okay,
So whatever
then,
that means to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I do think that Trump has been somewhat constrained by American institutions.
Sure.
Not as much as I would like,
Yeah, I mean,
but it
r-
yeah.
very
Yeah,
least
some are
the Supreme
bending,
Court
it's
has
not
put the
broken
stop
yet.
to the tariffs and
Yeah, for
might
5 minutes, but yeah.
sure, yeah.
5 minutes at a time.
They might. I didn't follow up on their decision about birthright citizenship. Does that get resolved? Did
Nope,
either of you
not
see?
yet. Not yet.
All right. Well, word's still out on that. Okay.
By the way,
So yeah.
if they don't say that Trump can't get rid of birthright citizenship through executive order, I'm gonna lose considerably more hope because that is gonna be fucking ridiculous. It's in the Constitution anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay. But yeah. Moving forward, let's establish that whoever's president, they have the constraints of the American system, but they have the authority that comes with it, and they do have some amount of national support
Let's
to
go with
justify that.
they've got Trump's numbers in our government right now too, right?
Sure.
Let's
And-
say they get a 50% popular vote, and a slim majority in both houses.
And then podcaster is like sub Joe Rogan popularity, but
we really need to hammer out the details.
sure. But like he's got some influence. He's got a big audience, and it's like it's significant and it's kind of worth worrying about. And then whoever's in prison, like, you know, they're done. Maybe they've got a few supporters still, but like we're basically shutting down whoever we put in prison. So
let's grab a couple more here.
Yeah, listen, honestly, I could shuffle this around. I mean, now people in my chat are saying, "Hey, maybe Erdogan should be president. He may be the most negative impactful." But I mean, I don't know, or maybe he shouldn't, because maybe he'll have us hunt down all Kurdish Americans and have them murdered because he's Turkish and he hates Kurds because they hate Kurdish people.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, and meanwhile, Bukele is just going to be an acceleration towards the cryptocurrency technocracy, tech bro oligarchy that everybody's not looking forward to with JD Vance's potential.
None of these choices are good, and if these were the choices, I would leave the United States of America if I lived there. I would return to my homeland.
Let's leave this hypothetical just as it is, with the understanding that we'll never reach true satisfaction with this particular set.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
The more we play this game, the more it feels like just blue balls the game. Like there's just no pardon the phrase there's no satisfying end in all of these. It's just pain.
All right, well let's go with something a bit less a bit more innocuous for this one.
Oh god.
Speaking of Joe Rogan.
Oh no.
The podcaster run.
Yeah, we've got the previously something or other turned podcaster, and at least partially, I would say, significantly responsible for ushering in the second
end of the world.
Maybe. Well, jury's still out on that. We'll find out. But either way,
of basic germ theory.
We've got stool enthusiast Joe Rogan, who's performing one of his classic stool sexualization bits. We've got Theo Vaughn, who's enjoying his hillbilly cosplay, and we've got Tim Pool, who's chosen the one moment in his life where he's not wearing a beanie to do something that's actually kind of light and silly.
Yeah.
Who of these fine gentlemen shall rule our country?
Okay. I actually don't know much about Theo Vaughn, other than that I think he's like a brain dead podcaster. Is he just like a populist dumbass?
More or less.
He's kind of a good old boy, yeah.
Well, he comes across that way, but he's actually, I think he's from a relatively well-off family. At the very least, I know that he got his start.
He's just country folk.
Yeah, he presents very country. He's got kind of country logic. He is kind of funny. Not in like a groundbreaking way or anything, but like he's a funny dude. He seems like a nice guy for the most part. Doesn't seem like he's a bad person. Maybe just out of his depth when it comes to discussing politics with politicians. That has like real world implications for what happens when those.
Yeah, my instinct is he would be the least initially brain rotted of the three.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's an easy choice. Make him be president.
All right,
Easily.
Theo, you get to rule the country.
And then who is the more dangerous podcaster, and who do we send to prison?
Well, now
Who
I'm
does more
torn
damage?
because literally, because someone in my chat
Somebody
is
that
telling
should go
me
to jail.
that Tim Pool should go to prison because he's an actual Russian stooge, which is true.
He
Well,
took
I
$5
mean-
million dollars through a third party that he
Yes.
claims he did not know the source of. But who
yeah.
knows? And if you're dumb enough to take $5 million without asking, then
I mean, is
shouldn't
this open
we
and shut?
disregard all of your
No,
opinions forever
it's
anyways?
no. It's not open and shut because then that would mean
All right.
keeping Joe Rogan as a podcaster, and I don't want to do that
Exactly.
because
That's
I
what makes this
legitimately
difficult.
think that Joe Rogan has done probably on net more harm than Tim
Generational
Pool.
damage.
Yeah, like just because that he's bigger. Like I don't think Tim Pool reaches as many people.
All right. So Tim Pool gets to keep his podcast. Joe Rogan, I'm sorry,
put
sir,
Joe
you'll
Rogan
have to
in
enjoy
jail.
your hundreds of
You know what will
millions of
make it even
dollars.
easier on you? He doesn't get to wear the beanie anymore. Does that make it even easier for you? Disarm the man of his magical beanie.
It sweetens the pot a little bit.
Yes,
I think.
actually it does because it's funny because he's clearly insecure
Yeah.
about it because he's always wearing the beanie. Yeah.
Tim Pool's an interesting person who I used to not have a read on whether or not I think he was grifting, but it became more and more obvious to me that he's at least turning his brain off for money.
Yeah.
He may not be saying
Yeah.
anything he doesn't truly believe,
Listen,
but he's
Tim
willing to turn
Pool-
his IQ down to make that bank.
Back during Ukraine's the Euromaidan protest and then Ukraine's revolution of dignity, Tim Pool was reporting from Ukraine on the ground, and he did a Reddit AMA, and he expressed actual nuanced and real understanding of the
solidarity, yeah.
situation, and then it all fucking went away so that he could be a stooge for Russia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gregorian. What was his name? Edward Gregorian?
Yes.
What a wonderful fake name.
I know, right? Yeah,
Well,
yeah. Go on.
Let's take a hard left turn here and examine some people from the other side of the equation.
Oh no.
We've got Anna Kasparian, Crystal Ball, and Taylor Lorenz, both all three notorious from the far left side for various reasons.
This is one of my favorite ones. This is, I think, one of the more dastardly ones we came up with. It's not as dangerous as any. I think so far out of all of these, we have some of our best presidential candidates, but
Sure.
still not any that I would march with my head held high to the ballot office.
Honestly, this is actually pretty easy for me. Put Taylor Lorenz as president because I think she is the least harmful of these three.
Okay.
Actually, wait. No, hold on. Actually, no. Yeah,
She's
she
gonna
is.
pass an executive order against Chorus or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she's the least harmful. Crystal Ball legitimately pushes this stupid America bad brain rot. I don't think beyond crying about Gaza, I've ever heard Taylor Lorenz talk about foreign policy. Yeah, I don't. And Anna Kasparian is at this point just anti-Semitic. You picked the best picture of her to demonstrate this.
I really enjoyed the process of finding just the perfect picture for all these characters.
Oh yeah, I know, right? It's actually hard for me to decide which one. Oh no, you know what? Fuck it. Put Anna in prisoner and just leave Crystal as a podcaster because even though they both.
Is that to punish Anna, or is it because you think Crystal is less problematic to discourse?
I honestly I don't even know. I don't even know at
Just
this.
an
The
instinct.
problem is that they're harmful in different ways. Anna is worse because of the crazy, insane anti-Semitism shit that she's leaning in on now. But she also if you remove that and we went back to I guess old Anna who wasn't doing that quite as much, then they would probably be about the same because then we've basically just got two dumbasses who think that the Democratic Party sucks and spend a lot of their time shitting on them and engage in just stupid populism. But because Anna's doing the anti-Semitism thing, I'll just say that she is a notch higher in the bad scale. But yeah.
I'm going to give my take on this one. I agree that Taylor's the least harmful of these so far in how they work in the media landscape. but I actually think that Crystal wants better things than Taylor Lorenz. My instinct is that Taylor's in it for themselves, and being on the right side of history, all that's just like gravy on top, incidental. I think Crystal does want real positive change in America. I just think they're a little bit brain rotted in how they get there. And I think that has a lot to do with audience capture and sensationalism and knowing how to play the media landscape.
And it's the populism shit. I again, like, all
Yeah.
I can do is assume that that she that she means what she says or whatever. I don't know.
Sure. Sure.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe she got worse over time. Maybe part of that, because it seems like she may have. And I think apparently Kyle. I think Kyle has probably always been this stupidly actually he has, because I listened to
Kalinske,
a
to be clear,
video
not
of
me.
his ages ago. What?
Oh, I said, to be clear, Kalinske, not me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, yeah. I should just say that. Yeah, Kalinski's always been I listened to, like, I think a video of his from, I think it was like 2000 and maybe it was like 2014 or something, where he was banging on about how alternative media is the way to go, and it's going to be so much better than mainstream media, because that they're not going to make stupid mistakes like mainstream media makes, which is hilarious looking back now.
It's exactly the opposite. Yeah,
it's
they
the
have
video.
institutions for fact checking and editing and overwatching, and like, to think that like someone with looser ethics, more reason to want to get their name out there, and less infrastructure to check those things is somehow going to get you better results. What do you mean? I don't mean to be a shill for the establishment media, but like, yeah, that seems absurd to me.
Yeah.
Well, let's
actually,
oh, sure.
I don't know. I'm kind of, although in some ways I'm letting chat influence me here, because a part of me thinks
what's
that,
chat
Sure,
saying?
nothing wrong with
well,
that.
maybe
Nothing wrong
Crystal
with a little
Ball
audience capture.
might be better than Taylor Lorenz, I guess, but I'm not
Okay.
sure. By the way, I mostly say this
Hey.
because I don't know what the fuck Taylor Lorenz actually believes.
Yeah.
Other than like
That's
dumb
why
far
my
lefty shit.
instinct is that it's
But
an attention thing for her.
at the actually, wait, no, hold on. At the same time, Crystal Ball's foreign policy would be so bad though. And I'm not just talking about the Israel shit, because she would do that, like, Ukraine would get no money under her, and she would probably pull the United States out of NATO, and I'm gonna
Okay.
leave it as is. Fuck
We're
it.
sticking to our
You've
guns
actually
here.
sold me. I will take the unknown black box of Taylor Lorenz's motivations over Crystal Ball's crystallized, obviously terrible takes. Good
Yeah,
call.
like her
I'm
foreign
with you.
policy would just, like, I'm sure maybe like on, I guess, like social issues, she'd probably be fine. Taylor would probably be fine too, but I just like the foreign policy, and that's something I really care about.
Yeah, well, fair enough. It is quite important, and we need somebody who's responsible fulfilling that role. Let's see if maybe there's somebody more responsible in this lineup here. Moving a little more towards the center, we've got Hill Dog, Kamala Harris, and Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, this
okay,
is
finally
easy.
we have a real politics one.
Put Hillary Clinton in as president, because she's a.
It's your turn, Hillary.
Okay.
She's like a based liberal internationalist person.
God, you know what? God bless you for being able to stand 10 toes down and support Hillary. That is an amount of courage that is sorely needed in the online politics space. Like, putting yourself into support a very unpopular at this point candidate because of the legacy that the media has left them.
I mean, I think that's shitty. I don't know. Hillary Clinton seems fine to me. I don't really that being said though, like, obviously there's legitimate criticisms you can make of her. I felt like this was my criticism back in the day, like in the during the 2016 primaries. A lot of it was like she she legitimately had like typical politician vibes, you know, like she waited until it was popular to jump on the gay marriage train, and you know, all that kind of stuff. She voted for the Iraq war and so on and so forth. But I mean, I feel like she seems to understand foreign policy stuff pretty well, and I think that when it came to supporting Ukraine, she would be good. When it comes to, she would support Taiwan against Chinese aggression, and I think she would probably have good like, domestic policy mostly, probably. Yeah. Like she'd be a Democrat, a standard liberal Democrat. God damn it. I like the other two, or like I guess Kamala was not a great candidate. Nancy Pelosi back in her Nancy Pelosi's hella good at getting shit done though. God damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, she's got a long track record in the House of being productive there. Whereas Kamala, I think a lot of us kind of called it when she got the nod for vice president when Biden ran, that she was going to end up being gifted the nomination via Biden. And maybe we didn't call exactly how it was going to happen, but I think a lot of us weren't looking forward to that based on the numbers she was getting at the time.
Yeah.
That said, is that enough to put her in prison over Nancy, who gets to talk about her ideas on the podcast?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Sorry, Kamala. You did your best, but
All right.
unfortunately...
Wait, you put... Oh, wait, no, you did. Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Make Nancy Pelosi...
This is correct?
Yes, that's correct. Make Nancy Pelosi be a
Okay.
podcaster. I'm not sure how popular she would be because she's not really...
Yeah,
no. Oh, she's got podcaster Riz written all over her.
But
what do you mean?
She's very good at getting stuff done though. Like in
all
the
right.
Congress.
Well, if Kamala's
whatever,
going into prison over the candidacy, I feel like we should pardon her and put Biden in her place. If that's the crime
actually
that she's guilty of.
True.
Yeah.
I agree. Fuck that.
Sorry, Biden, I love ya. But
yeah,
this one's on you, brother.
I do. Like, yeah, Biden was fine as president. He should have just stepped down. He should have just said, I'm not running for a second term, and then they could have had a proper primary. And then maybe they could have picked a candidate who could separate himself from Biden or herself from Biden. But anyway.
I'll criticize his action on that, but not him on that. Like I wouldn't say that makes him a bad person. I think it was a massively unwise decision.
He's got the ego, you know.
Well, I mean, to his credit, the reason that he got elected in 2020 was because people had faith in him over Kamala. Like Kyle was saying, like,
yeah,
she wasn't pulling good numbers, and historic campaign, yada yada, 100 days campaign. There's plenty of criticism that can go around. A lot of this is hindsight is 2020. We could have ended up where Biden stayed in the race and did about as good, and we're saying, God damn it, why didn't he pull out 90 days ahead? Or there's one where he pulls out like he said, a year and a half before, so giving Kamala time to even run primaries and win. She could have been the candidate by natural ways, and we'd still be going, God, I wish Biden would have run, or yada yada. There's so many counterfactuals that I think a lot of times people are just placing their personal animus for how things turned out on the people who made any decision that we can criticize hindsight 2020 style, It's a tough thing. I have a lot of respect for a lot of these people, as much as it should be everybody's job and position to criticize the mistakes that they make.
Well, I wonder how much real respect you'll have for this trio here. A little bit closer to the administration this time. We've got Stephen Miller, Lindsey Graham, and Marco Rubio.
Oh, this one's easy.
Kyle, how many more of these do we have?
We've got 3 after this.
Okay.
We've got 3 after this. Do you want to stick around for all those, or just a couple of them?
I can probably stick around for the rest of the game, and then I'll probably have to go because
you.
Marco Rubio is president. Stephen Miller is prison, and Lindsey Graham is podcaster.
I think that's pretty open and shut. I would agree with that.
This is the softball question, I think. This is right through.
Yep. And that's, it's good to have some of these so we can blaze through some rounds quick and then take our time with the interesting ones. But
this one I think you don't even necessarily maximize for president. You maximize for putting Stephen Miller in fucking jail.
Absolutely.
That guy's a freak.
Absolutely.
Wait,
get the fuck out of here. All right. Well, I'd like to think that I saved the best 3 for last. Let's we're gonna go back into conspiracy territory with this group. We've got Terrence Howard, Eric Weinstein, and Professor Jiang.
Oh, that Terrence Howard pick gets me. I love it. What is that man doing with his life and his hair?
He's solving mathematics for us.
I really enjoy this one. Is this a little bit too inside baseball for you?
For me, no, I get. Oh, Kitty.
Yes.
Aw.
This is Freddie Mercury.
Oh.
Little Freddie.
Oh, if only Mr. Poops were around, we could have a cat party.
Oh.
He's so
Mr. Poops,
cute.
aka Apollo.
Oh, is he a oh, he's got little, is he like a tuxedo? He's got white on his tummy.
Little gray tuxedo-ish, yeah.
Oh, that's so
They've
cute.
They've got feeties. Little socks.
Okay. Oh, people are spamming the Jang emote in my chat now. And by the way, it's the same picture. It's the same one.
Yes,
that's the one that you
It's
guys
the best
use.
one.
Yes. Apparently, it's the
That's
first
the correct
picture
one to
that
use.
comes up when you Google him.
I was very
That's
fortunate
true,
in that
too.
regard because it was getting a little late at that time.
I was trying to go through YouTube videos of him to find a great freeze frame, and I actually couldn't find his videos
This
because
is a freeze frame from a YouTube video.
Okay, but there were literally millions of views worth of AI versions of him
yeah.
with fake AI made up conspiracy theories. So AI is trying to write better conspiracy theories than Professor Zhang, and they are killing it with the views. There was millions of views. Like it was a wall of bot fake Professor Zhang, which is actually indiscernible. They sound equally crazy.
Oh my god.
Well, does that mean he goes to prison? Is he the craziest one?
I can't remember. Who was it that argued with Grok on Twitter a whole bunch? Was it Eric or was it Brett Weinstein? Oh,
That's
it was
Eric.
Eric. Okay, that sounds rather weird and delusional. I want to say I'm approaching this from two different ways. On the one hand, I'm like, you know what? Maybe Terrence Howard would be the least harmful of these to be president. But then on the other hand, I'm thinking about like who would be the most harmful. And then I'm like, you know what? Terrence Howard is like a weird, crazy dude with insanely stupid ideas. So perhaps he would be the best
One
podcaster.
times one equals two is his great big theory.
Yeah, because maybe nobody will watch him. I don't know.
Yeah, he seems as though he's taken the least seriously at the very least.
Yeah, put him in the podcaster.
All right, Terrence. Oh, who's that?
And
Oh, it's Terrence
we
Howard
have a
again.
bonus Terrence Howard.
Oh my goodness, sneaking up on us. Well,
and then oh fuck, make Eric Weinstein
proving that 1 times 1 equals 2 is Terrence Howard's second picture.
Make Eric Weinstein be the president, and we'll hope that he spends the entire time arguing with Grok instead of doing president things, and that his vice president, and then put Zhang in prison because Zhang's a crazy dude.
He's out there. He's out there. Well, let's hope that decision is for the best for the safety of the country. Let's go next to our second to last trio. Back to the administration. We've got a bunch of party animals. We've got Kash Patel chugging a beer, Pete Hegseth getting drenched in all sorts of kinds of hooch, and Robert F. Kennedy enjoying a nice shot of raw milk.
Oh god, they're all awful. No, this is the worst one. All of these people are terrible.
It's too real. These people are actually in charge of our government. Can you fucking believe it?
Yes, I know.
What a tragedy.
So
oh, you're just creeping towards putting Pete Hegseth in prison?
I mean, the man told our military that they're going to go fight a holy war. I feel like that.
That is true.
I think to put him as far away from anything as possible.
Yeah.
He did do that, and then he I mean, well, okay, he didn't actually I have it on good authority, and by good authority I mean a friend of mine who is or a frequent caller to my stream who knows way more about this shit than I do, that Pete Hegseth could not have ordered the civilian boat thing. Yeah, like he's not a military officer. So Pete Hegseth is not making military decisions. He's a politician.
Right.
He's the civilian in charge of the DoD, but he's not the one who makes military plans, and he did not order the double tap strike on that boat. That had to have been a military officer. So
that being said, he is an asshole, and he is wasting a lot of our money.
Well,
Food,
yeah, that's true. And the other problem too is that he is like obviously like I'm sure that he has some impact on things, you know.
Right.
I feel like if you were maximizing for prisoner, then you put Hegseth in prison. But is that what we want to maximize for? I feel like my instinct in this is always maximize president and then decide between. But you know that.
All right.
You
well,
no. That's the way I would do it. Kalinda,
sure.
This is your answer.
By the way, you know what the shitty thing about this is that two of these three people were already fucking podcasters, or like I guess like on content creation before they got picked.
Yeah, so and Kennedy was adjacent enough to that it like he almost qualifies too.
Yeah. Oh man.
So
You know what? No, fuck it. Make Kash Patel be the president because he's an idiot, and I don't think that he would manage to get anything done. RFK as president is scary.
He's like the least like narcissistic, the least actually toxic. Like I feel like as long as he's got like buddies telling him he's great and some beer and things to celebrate, just send him to the different sports events and we'll keep him out of government mainly. He'll just be out there partying.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Robert F. Kennedy is going to put us on a diet of meat and ferments and blue dye.
Yeah.
And ferments.
I kind of want to say, just because of all the damage that he's done to public health, that I think that you should put RFK in prison and just let Pete Hegseth go back to being a podcaster. Because,
all right, there you go.
Just let him rant about wokeness in the military.
Yeah.
Or something.
There you go. You go be a drunk asshole on the internet.
And
Cash is going to do his best.
Liver failure in a couple of years, and we'll all be better off.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Robert F. Kennedy can sustain himself on the probably heavily genetically modified food that he gets in prison.
True.
Well, that takes us to our final trio, and like I said, I think I've got the best one for last here, and it's quite on topic for what we've been discussing today. Where do we put Trump, Bibi, and Vlad?
Oh, God. Putin's going to prison. Put Putin in prison. I'm sorry, my bias is talking here.
Ukraine was a step too far, Vlad. You're going to prison.
You hate Putin more than you love America is your answer. And you know what? Valid.
All right, well, that leaves us to choose between Bibi and Donald for running our country. Some would say Bibi already does run our country.
You know what? Fuck it. Give it to him. Make Bibi be the president.
All right, let's see if there's a difference between now and when Bibi takes over officially.
By the way, there won't be. I've been informed by all the Israelis, all the liberal Israelis that I know, that Bibi was doing Donald Trump shit before Donald Trump was doing Donald Trump shit. And then they're very, very similar.
Yeah, there's a little bit of crossover there. Well, I guess Donnie gets what he always actually wanted, which is he gets to sit around and talk shit on the internet, which is more or less what he does.
Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, that was kind of my hope. That was kind of like my dream. I was like, God, I really just want Donald Trump to go off and fade into obscurity and become a crazy podcaster on the internet who just like talks shit about and like forever rants about how he actually won the 2024 election and the 2020 election and they were both stolen from him as he fades into obscurity. And also even better if he's doing his podcasting from, I don't know, fucking Russia or something, because he ran away to escape all the charges that were supposed to be that like in order to escape going
from
to
El
jail.
Salvador.
Yes.
Right.
He'll be tweeting from El Salvador.
Yeah, he's podcasting from El Salvador where he's hanging out with Bukele. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. If only that had been our
North Korea. He'll go to North Korea.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Let's
Oh.
go natural causes. Just kidding.
True.
Well-
Someone in my chat just said, and Iran just got nukes. That's I don't know that BB would nuke Iran, but you know.
He probably wouldn't do it. He would do something irresponsible compared to what we'd prefer, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But at the very least, he wouldn't invade Canada
True.
based on some bullshit that happened 200 years ago with the French.
Do we really think that Netanyahu would be better for America as president than Trump?
No, I
Oh.
don't. I think that they're both
No.
just as terrible. And if I actually had to choose between them, Netanyahu's an awful president. I'm trying to imagine like what he would be like for fucking like yeah.
And he's competent. Remember, one of the
That's
things
the
that we've
thing, yes.
wondered is like, would an incompetent president be better in this circumstance? That's why we pick Cash.
Is Trump or is BB competent? I don't know. The Israelis have told me. Well, actually, no. You know what? He is competent at least at certain things. Yeah. Or at least
have
he
you
has
seen his bomb chart? That bomb chart's so convincing. It shows you the
Oh,
level
no.
that it's at, and then the level it's going to be at.
Explode. Look,
God
I filled
damn
it
it.
in.
Every
I
time
filled it in. What do you
Netanyahu
want?
goes to the fucking UN, it's an embarrassment. He has to bring his stupid props. It's so
It's like even
funny.
shaped like a cartoon bomb.
Yes. Yep. Or the last time he
There's
brought
like a
that
cartoon guy
fucking
in an
map
evil
that
mask.
made all of like that made like the entire territory be Israel. So no Gaza and no West Bank because that's actually what he wants.
Right.
You know what?
I think Donald Trump is 12% dumber and 30% more narcissistic. That's why I think he had the instinct right with Netanyahu.
He probably is definitely, or at the very least, like listen, when BB talks, he doesn't sound like as much of an idiot, although he does use
At least
a lot
you
of
can't tell as
Trumpisms.
immediately.
Like I don't know. BB still sounds like a regular. Fine, fuck it. Make Trump be the president. I was just avoiding that because.
Oh shit, we've come full circle, and Donald Trump is apparently the best choice of these three.
All right.
Yeah, but just because he's the most stupid of them. You know
yeah,
what?
at some point the competence actually works against them because that just means they're competent in screwing us all over for their own goals.
Yeah, true.
At some point, Donald Trump is so incompetent that we shouldn't fear him as much as these other people.
Yeah.
That really has been the silver lining of this administration is incompetence.
Yep.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're legitimately so bad at being fascist that like if you had a competent guy up there, I'd be way more worried that like we are going for the Fourth Reich here in America. But Trump is just so blatant, like, oh yeah, we'll just have our secret police shooting American citizens face down in the street, and we'll call them terrorists, and Americans won't see through that because they love me. I don't.
Yeah.
It's just incredible how incompetent they've been in a year and a half.
He's gonna launch a war and he doesn't bother to try to make a case for it at all before he does it, and you know,
just not even mentioning it really, like. Well,
and then
they
he
know, right?
Blunders his way through like the worst messaging possible. Yeah. Like he changes his mind every 5 minutes.
What's a little bit of this? Can't they all be true? Can't it all be true?
Yep, he's very dumb at the very least. I mean, I guess like he's still gonna do a whole bunch. He's still done like a lot of damage at breaking things, but I mean, BB would probably do like worse damage, and then there's also be other I don't know crazy stuff. I mean, I'm just trying to because like BB would actually be the Zog president, and he would he would just like give lots more money to Israel than previously, and just let Israel do whatever they wanted, which would also not be good either. So
now that you put it that way, I'm now most worried about the fact that if Netanyahu was president, then all the Zog posters would be like, see, it's real.
Yes.
And there's nothing more insufferable than a Zog poster saying they're right. So now I'm maximizing for BB no president. So
okay. Well, I think we can feel solid with our choice about Putin. Sticking in prison.
I'm feeling more confident about this one. Yeah.
Putin is wanted by the ICC, by the way, and he should. I want to see him in The Hague one day, even though that's never going to happen. But yeah.
Yeah, but one
It'd
can
be a
dream.
beautiful thing.
Well, this has been a great game, and this has been a great time talking with Kalinda about various things and determining of 3 terrible options, and sometimes decent options, or at the very least neutral, who would be best to be in charge of our nation, who would be best to be giving their opinions to the world, and who should rot in jail. This has been a great time. Kalinda, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything that you would like to say before we wrap up?
Um, yeah, I'm debating Lactoid at 6 p.m. on Wix stream on Friday. Wish me luck, and about Russia and Ukraine. And you can find me on YouTube at Kalinda Live. I am not actually I have not streamed on Twitch. I do have an account there, although my account there is kind of fucked because I think because I didn't actually get the name Kalinda. I think it's like Liinda,
Bah.
which is annoying.
It
But
happens.
I do have Kalinda on Kick, and maybe I might start streaming there at some point in the future. A part of me wants to go stream on Twitch just so that I can be another liberal content creator on that platform because Jesus Christ, they need it. They Kick or Twitch is
Yeah.
severely in need of normal moderate voices right now. I think like Hutch is probably the only one over there who regularly streams on Twitch. I don't know if there's any other.
Hutch is a king.
Yeah, I love Hutch. Yeah, like Destiny's banned from there. Loner doesn't stream there anymore. Yeah, Loner started streaming on Kick recently though. So, but yeah, you can find me like at Kalinda Live on YouTube. That's where I stream most of the time. I have a Discord, and I'm on Twitter at the Lib Girl. Except girl is spelled with a U instead of an I because the other one was taken.
And
Where
that's the cool way to spell it.
Yes, true. Yeah, I've had a couple tweets recently where I just make people mad about Hassan. Yeah, it was funny.
As you should.
Yes.
Well,
But, yeah.
strong work, and looking forward to checking out some of your future debates.
Yeah.
I enjoyed doing my research to get to know you better, and getting to hang out in, not actually in person, but in internet in person was a lot of fun. So hope to do it again sometime.
Absolutely loving all your content that you've been doing. You're a much needed voice. I love how much information you bring to these debates. Love your perspective. It's just been fantastic seeing you out there, and I look forward to seeing a lot more from you. I look forward to watching you grow and get in there and kick some ass. I'm looking forward to Friday for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very
Yeah.
kind of you to say. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night. Also,
Yeah.
there's a couple there's 2 people in the waiting room now.
Do we have people in the waiting room? Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry that we missed you. We were
Oh.
so excited about our game
Well,
of
if you would like to take any of the calls, that's fine. Or you can
I
wrap
might
up your
not
night. Up to you.
stay. Maybe it'll depend on what it's about. I guess. Like, well, I recognize Chap because he was from my chat. I don't know who the other person is though.
Well, you know what?
Log, yes.
Since he's greased your wheels before, maybe we'll
Wait,
get Chapingro in there for you.
who's Log? Is there anybody in there who might like disagree or might actually want to have an argument?
Oh well, Chapingro tends to be able to bring a disagreement, but
yeah, but
you know what? How about we
he
bring
was
them both in here
expressing
at
a
the
lot
same
of
time?
enthusiasm for you throughout the chat. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well,
You know
yeah.
what? No, Chapingro's one of ours. Get him in here real quick. If
Wait,
he
all
if
right.
he needs to be quick, he can be quick.
Who's the other person though?
Log the dog. Gosh, he's from. I think I met him in PF Jung's community.
Oh, interesting.
He's a commie guy. He might actually have some hard disagreement. So maybe we can get Chapingro's respectful. He can get through here probably pretty quick if we want to do that. But why don't you pull Chapingro in?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Chapingro.
Hey, Chapingro, how's it going?
Hey, Chap.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
How are you folks doing this evening?
Doing
Oh,
great.
you know, hanging in there.
Taking one.
Kalinda, it's nice to officially meet you.
Yes, hello. You were halfway through saying that before I got yanked out of the other channel.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally cool. I could quibble with a couple of things I said tonight, but I was mostly on board with everything, so I think I can narrow it down to one question, and this is going to be a curveball. Kalinda, are you familiar with Chesterton's fence?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm not.
No, that's perfect. Why don't you enlighten us on this wonderful, useful philosophical concept?
Oh God, philosophy. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. That's probably why I'm not
All right.
familiar.
Chipingro's our philosopher king, our resident philosopher king.
Oh, that's saying a bit much. I'm not going to go that far.
Well,
But
you're all we've got, so you get to be that for now until we get someone better. But yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough.
explain Chesterton's fence to us.
All right, brief paragraph to get us on board. There exists, in such a case, a certain institution or law, let us say, for the sake of simplicity, a fence or a gate erected across a road. The more modern type of reformer goes up gaily to it and says, I don't see the use of this. Let's clear it away. To which the more intelligent type of reformer will do well to answer, if you don't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then, when you can come back and tell me what you do see the use of it, I may allow you to destroy it. So the idea here is it's almost a litmus test from a conservative lens to ask, when is change appropriate? Chesterton's fence is not opposed to change, as tends to be like the conservative MO. You know, we like our homeostasis. We're not big fans of change. But Chesterton's fence is a way for all of us, both for the progressives who want change to say, hey, we've met the threshold, and for the conservatives who are reasonable to say, this might be a good place because this person who's calling for change has done the prerequisite work. So my question is, every time I talk to somebody on the left who I think is reasonable, and Kalinda, I think you're very reasonable from what I've seen thus far, what is a dual litmus test from the progressive angle such that we can ask, when is the conservative hesitancy appropriate?
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be well, actually in some ways. So listen, when I want to change something, and like honestly, in a lot of ways, examples that I will give here are going to be probably related to rights. So something like why should you allow gay marriage, for example? And I would argue because that would lead to less suffering, because like a group of people who were previously marginalized are now going to have access to the same rights as everybody else, at least insofar as like they're going to be recognized as normal and whatnot. And a lot of the arguments that I heard against that basically came down to, and I know this might be a straw man, I understand, but I'm going to say it anyway, or like they would think it's a straw man. But I felt like a lot of it just came down to, no, you can't do that because it's icky. And I would hear a lot of like, I don't think that you should keep something because it's traditional or it's the way it's always been, which was another argument that I frequently often heard in favor of like not allowing gay marriage. It was like, well, this is how we've done marriage throughout all of human history. It's always been between a man and a woman, and therefore you can't do it. Yeah, I think that if your only argument for keeping a thing is it's tradition, then you probably don't have like, I can make other arguments. For example, if someone were to say, I want to destroy the American Constitution, then my response would be to name a bunch of things that are good about the American Constitution, like the fact that it's worked for a very long time, and the fact that it's like one of the oldest constitutions, I think the oldest constitution of a democracy, and the Enlightenment values like that helped inspire it were fucking based. And yeah, and like it has kind of, we've updated how we read it over time and stuff like that. So, and I think that that's a better reason. Or like democracy seems to be like the best, or like, I guess like a great quote, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. Democracy seems like the best form of government to have if you want a free society. And that's a better argument than, oh my God, democracy is really old and therefore we should keep going with it because tradition, Yeah, I think that that's probably my, if the only thing that you can bring to bear is, well, I don't want to change this because tradition, and that seems to be what your argument boils down to, then I don't think that it's a good litmus test, I guess. But a lot of that's going to be how I'm thinking of that is like with regards to rights or whatever. There's probably going to be other examples of things maybe that you could bring up that don't fall into that, but that seems to be my general thought about that. Like I haven't thought about that for quite a while, honestly. That's a thought that I had formed a long time ago. I think before I even started watching Destiny, but anyway.
Well, I would push you. I would appreciate if you do get around to it, a little bit more thought on it, like formalizing something like this idea, which is a test that we can run up against a number of different scenarios.
Not just
and my
social
one
issues.
Wait, can the answer be Chesterton's fence?
Well, no, because Chesterton's fence, as she's pointing out, is coming from this conservative lens of homeostasis, right?
Yeah.
So I really want something
yeah.
that's from the progressive lens that is an okay for conservatism, because why I'm pushing Chesterton's fence on both the people on the right that need to hear it and the people on the left who need to hear it is the people on the right. I'm saying, hey, you need to be open for change. Stagnation is not good for your society. But then to the people on the left, I say, change isn't good for change's sake.
Yes.
You need to understand what it is you're trying to break apart in order to rebuild better.
So,
and rebuilding is often not something
actually,
I hear.
hold on. There's more, because now that I'm thinking about this, just outside of the other thing that I think is important is that, so if we move away from social issues, because I do think that that is sort of a slightly different thing, unless you're talking about like transgender stuff, in which case that gets a little bit more complicated, because I understand that there's all kinds of crazy arguments people can make about that. But with like not allowing gay marriage, I do think it really does seem to come down to, I just don't want this because it's icky. And but unless you think I'm being unfair when I say that, I understand that there are actually other arguments and religious reasons or whatever, but really at the end of the day, it just feels like they just are disgusted by it. And so they don't want to allow it. I think that if a progressive wants to do a thing, then they should be able to point to a place where that thing was tried and it worked. So like a state, for example, that managed to do that thing in a successful fashion, so that they could say this is a blueprint for the rest of America. Because I like empiricism, and generally speaking, if you bring me a bunch of studies that say, for example, that universal basic income is good and that it works, then I'm probably going to be okay with universal basic income, or I'm going to get on board with that idea, depending on whether or not it's actionable. Keeping in mind, obviously, that I like the Nordic countries, and I think a lot of what they've done is pretty base, but that doesn't mean that I want the Nordic countries to, or that what the Nordic countries do necessarily will work in America, because the Nordic countries are small and America is huge. But I do think
UBI is a great example. We could run with that, because the problem that I run into is, it is okay if I can bring you a study that says UBI is great. Many people will latch onto that and say, yay. But if I bring studies that say UBI is not great, namely in the limited attempts that we've tried, people will always give me a no true Scotsman.
Yeah, well, then that comes down to, I guess, like interpreting the studies and whatnot, and also like I feel like, what was the context in which that UBI was tried to, like, was there a specific instance where it worked, or like what was the context where they did it and it didn't work or whatever. I don't know if it would necessarily be, not even like, I would want to see it in particular if you're talking about America. I feel like you'd want to see it in the United States or whatever. Like, I think like being done by a state like California has Medi-Cal, and it seems like that works pretty well, so maybe that could serve as like some sort of something that maybe might be a good model for some sort of public option or whatever. Or maybe you should tell all the states they need to implement their own public option and they'll get subsidies from the federal government or something. I don't know. I feel like an idea needs to be tried somewhere first. So, we're going to find out real soon whether or not Mamdani's socialist ideas are based or cringe, if he manages to do any of them in New York City. Like the free public transit.
Let me attempt to cross the aisle here. Based on what you've said thus far, the one thing I would want to tweak is that tradition is strongly linked with what's worked. So often tradition is used as a fill-in for it's worked.
Yes, but I feel like you should be able to make a better argument than this is how we've always done this, so we should just keep doing it this way. There needs to there's
so
gotta
help
be
me make
more.
that argument.
Well, I mean,
that's exactly what I'm asking for.
With regards to
you gave me policy, which I appreciate. I'm asking for the test, which I can run, which I'm much more trusting of a progressive when they can tell me this fence was put in place for X, Y, and Z reason. It has this history. It has served this purpose, and that purpose has no longer been met. How should somebody who's more progressively minded check themselves when a progressive is, maybe they're calling it tradition, but they're defending what's worked?
I mean, I think you should. It sounds like you're asking me to name like a general test that we can apply here. I guess, but I gave you case by case bases of things because the argument that I make is going to change based on that. You know what I mean? And I'm. Do you understand like my issue here? Where it's like you want me to like what exactly is it that you're asking me to name? Because I don't have.
You're totally right.
Admittedly,
I'm absolutely putting you on the spot.
Yeah, that's a big question. I think Shapiro tried to make it clear at least that he wasn't necessarily expecting an answer immediately, but
I mean, like I can think about it. It's just that, like I said,
exactly.
like I feel like the answer to my answer to that question is probably going to be something like do you have examples of the thing working, or like also I would also ask too, like I guess like why do we do this like this, and therefore, and like how much utility does this have, what would be the consequences of getting rid of or changing this? Do we have any data that shows us the consequences of getting rid of or changing this? Like for example with gay marriage, so you can point to like various different things, I think, or different studies about like various family outcomes and stuff like that, or like the fact that it did not spell the end of society in countries where it was made legal. Like we here were ahead of the curve and we made gay marriage legal in 2004 and everybody flipped the fuck out about it, but it really wasn't like nothing bad happened. It did not spell the end of our society. You know what I mean? So yeah, like someone has to try it, and if you, yeah, like I think that would probably be a good why do we ask the question, why do we have this, what would be the reason, and then like what is its current impact, and then what do we think will happen if we change it in order to make it change, and if we think, or if we have evidence that changing it will lead to less suffering, then you should change it.
Chipingra, I imagine you've done a little bit of thinking on this. Do you have a suggestion on where we should start with that, with answering that? Do you have a test for us that you've tried to consider?
That is a really good question, James, and I have done a lot of considering on this, and honestly, I'm at the point where I'm trying to ask reasonable people on the other side of the aisle, because I'm not sure if it would make sense for a progressively minded test to come from somebody like me. I feel like it might be overly biased because I want to maintain the homeostasis.
Well, do you have any intuitions for us to start with?
I'm not really that progressively minded.
Sure.
Well, hold on.
I see what you're getting at.
I might not be that progressively minded either, because that I'm not, like, if you ask a socialist or a communist this question, they're going to give you a completely different answer than the answer that I would give you. Because those
he does
people
just mean progressive relative to conservatives, rather than like a further left progressive. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, I'm big picturing. I'm saying in our country, we have a system in which we have two parties which serve distinctly different functions, one of which is to maintain what works, and one of which is to point out where there are cracks in the walls or people are being held out of the system, and therefore we need to expand or rebuild a wall.
Yeah.
So here's part of the test. If all the people next to the fence saying that this fence really needs to say, if they are crazy and smell like pee, like the conservatives' ideas always do, or sorry, not always, often have in social situations where, like, if all the people next to the fence are crazy and don't have a good argument for why the fence, if nobody can find a good reason for it, sometimes that means there's no good reason for it. Unless you want to point to like dogma or tradition or whatever. Like sometimes the answer is some idiots put up a fence, we have no idea why, and it's stupid. Like sometimes
I would argue that that's the case with the gay marriage example, but obviously exactly, I know that there are, but to be fair, if you're talking to a religious person, they will have a litany of things that they will say about, and they will make a bunch of religious arguments about how society needs to be structured this way, or they'll make a bunch of weird arguments about how if you make more people be like if you encourage more people to be gay, then then not as many people will reproduce. But that's also stupid, because that's not how this works, and like your people who are gay are born gay, and I don't know. I feel like none of that.
I'm trying to reach across the aisle, but you guys are making it hard for me.
I'm sorry. That
the
was I was
Obergefell
way too
decision was a
hyperbolic.
terrible decision. If you read it as a maintenance of the standards of our country and what the different branches are supposed to be doing, Obergefell overstepping the bounds in the Supreme Court, basically saying we know better than everybody else, so we're going to go ahead and do this.
Yeah,
that rubs me real hard.
Hold on.
I'm not against gay marriage.
Yeah,
I'm against the way it was done.
Okay, but yeah, but that's a fundamentally different question. And if you want to make that argument, like I don't know as much about that, but I do know that that I think I agree with that with regards to like Roe versus Wade, for example. That's something that should have been passed and codified into law like long before the Republicans could have overturned it. Like obviously in the 70s that wasn't going to happen, but it became something that everybody took for granted. Now, with regards to the Supreme Court, or with regards to Obergefell, they did do that. They did pass a law. What is it called? The Respect for Marriage Act. I think that's what it's called. Like they passed a law codifying gay marriage. Like they made it legal at the federal law or at the federal level. That's a thing that they did, I think, under Biden, didn't they?
Let's see. In 2022, the Respect for Marriage Act signed into law on December 13th. Repeals the Defense of Marriage Act and requires the federal government and state governments to recognize valid same-sex and interracial marriages performed in other states, and ensures legal protections for these couples across state lines while providing religious exemptions for nonprofit religious organizations.
Yeah, there you go. So like they did that. So we don't even need to care about Obergefell v. Hodges anymore, because it has been codified as a federal law. It's a federal law now. So like that Supreme Court decision doesn't even necessarily really matter, I don't think. But yeah, I think that like yeah, if you want to make that argument, honestly, yeah, you might be right about that, but that's not. I feel like that's a fundamentally different question, because like it sounds like you're not against gay marriage, so you don't
legal precedent rather than social policy.
That's just like how do you get there?
I'm not as concerned with outcomes as I am, because outcomes will differ from moment to moment. What I am concerned about is how we get to those outcomes.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a different.
Yeah, that is a different,
an expanded conversation.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not saying it's not related, but that's the next can of worms.
Yeah, that's a different.
Totally understandable. We could go off on
I got a little bit hyperbolic. My apologies. we were getting towards the great conversation, and then the fact that I'm massively tired and underslept came out, and I got grumpy. My apologies for stepping on what was about to become a good conversation when I said conservative ideas smell like piss. Sorry.
I don't know. Like I'm sorry, like Chip, is there something like, I guess it sounds like you're unsatisfied at least with like the answers that I've been giving you here, but maybe it's because I don't entirely know.
He has a tendency to sound that way even when he believes that we're serving a better conversation.
Listen to James. I can be more ornery than I intend to come across.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't really know what else.
I think Chipingo understands that he's asking of you to look to find a big test, and I think he tried to clarify that he doesn't necessarily need an answer right away, but I think your first instincts.
I feel like the answer.
What I'm saying is, I think Belinda is the right person because she's aware enough of both sides, and given that she has a leaning or tendency toward one side, I'm kind of looking through a dualistic mirror here and hoping that either through her reading or through something else that she's come across. That
I would not rush to change things, and I do value like that's one of the reasons why I would want a Republican, like a strong, like a real Republican Party, because I do think that that's kind of like how you have a good society. And when you let one extreme have all the power, then things can go really badly. which is why it's not good that conservatives basically have no voice in universities anymore because they've been taken over by crazy far left loons, at least in like social sciences. And I mean, when I was in school, history departments were still okay. Hopefully that's still the case, but I'm not sure given that they're, certain people are getting PhDs now, but yeah, I don't really I don't know. I don't tend to necessarily like conservative ideas, but my main opposition to conservatism, though, honestly, is social conservatism. I just hate that shit. I hate the idea of the government wanting to shove its nose into people's bedrooms and tell them how to live their lives. And like, I consider this to be an overreach and gigantic hypocrisy from a group of people that claim that they love freedom and that they also love, small government, because that's not small government. Telling people who they are or not allowed to marry, or whether or not they should be in the kitchen or any of that other shit. Yeah, I hate the religious right with every fiber of my being. I just don't talk about that as much anymore as I used to many, many years ago.
I was gonna say preach till you said religious right, but yeah, I think I
you guys
mostly
can
agree
break
with
some
what
bread
you're
on
pointing
that.
towards.
You guys agree that we shouldn't have an overarching, father figure government deciding everything for us.
Screw the nanny state. The nanny state
Yeah.
is the reason that England did not perform well. You wouldn't have called it the nanny state back then, but like we have to be flexible. We are coming into a new, whether you want to call it an information revolution or a industrial revolution 8.0, whatever. Like the reason that we prospered in the industrial revolution and Britain didn't, even though they were better poised to do that, is because we were more flexible. And I want to maintain that flexibility while still maintaining the things that have worked.
Yeah. And I think that is well, yeah, exactly. That I feel like that too. Like I don't want to just throw everything out or whatever, and I think that that's probably a good way to, or like a fair way to put it, So yeah. I don't know. I just
Well, I
want to do
appreciate
what
your time.
works, but
I can dip out, but I do demand my grift coin.
I
Whatever
suppose
I earn.
we should give you some. You're on your way to becoming a grift coin whale, and that concerns me. We don't want things to get imbalanced. That being said, Kalinda, how much fake money
1,000
can we give
grift
away?
coin.
My goodness, the full amount for
1,000.
Chapingro.
Yeah, what about 1,200? I think 1,200 is
Absolutely not.
fair.
No. You
Well,
you'll take your
apparently,
maximum award, and you'll enjoy it.
yeah, I
Or
can't.
maybe you
can't.
Well,
won't.
I appreciate everybody's time.
Wait,
It was
how much?
very
Hold
enjoyable
on.
talking to you.
Hold on. What is your grift coin net worth, Chip?
We can actually look that up thanks to the exchange in our Discord server. Let's look to see who
Eventually,
the
we're going
leaderboard.
to build up ideological competitions where people of different ideologies, conservatism, progressivism, whatever, can compete with one another in the
And
marketplace of ideas.
Chapingro is actually at 5th place right now in terms of overall holdings. I am ashamed to admit that I am dominating the leaderboard with over 3 times as much as the number 2 rank.
Did you earn any of that, or is that all just test crap that you
It's
did,
test
Kyle?
crap.
That sounds
Take
like
yourself off the leaderboard, you idiot.
I
that
would
sounds
happily
like some
divest of all of
corruption
my.
that we've got
It
going
is.
on here.
Well, hey, you know what? That's the way the market goes. I'm the guy
You
in
ever
charge.
seen real
and,
markets? What do you think happens?
But yeah, Chapingro, great to talk to you as
Wait,
always.
you
Thanks
never
so much
said
for
how
listening
much
in.
money he has. Give me the number.
Oh,
What's
he
his
has
net worth?
3,475.89 grift coin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Yeah.
Get a little more.
Fair.
There we go.
Well, I
1,000.
appreciate you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank
all
you.
All right, later, Chapingro.
Good night.
Bye.
And thank you, Chapingro. You've been just a great help to us. Wonderful guy. Always giving us feedback and trying to help us become a better channel. Love that guy. Big fan.
Well, I'm glad we were able to squeeze one more in. I don't see Log the dog in the waiting room anymore, which might be for the best, Kalinda, since I know that you've got other things that you would like to do.
Oh yeah,
But
you mean like
once again, we appreciate.
Sleep? Yeah.
Sure, I would imagine so at some point. That is what most people like to do. But I'll say again, really had a great time. Enjoy your work and looking forward to seeing more of it. So hopefully we'll get to do this again at some point in the future if you're game.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And best of luck
Hey,
to you
thank
guys
you,
too.
neighbor.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully you guys can get like someone like Destiny on in the future, you know. That would
Yeah,
or Loner
be
Box.
cool
Oh,
at
yeah.
some point.
That would
Yeah,
be rad.
we're happy
Yeah.
to chat with any of those guys. But yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll look forward to hanging out again on the marketplace of ideas at some point in the future. Good to
Yeah.
hang with you, Kalinda.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Have a great
All
night.
right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay. Oh boy. Um All right, guys. Stuart has abandoned me. He left me. Oh, actually he's laying in my chair now. Their show is called The Marketplace of Ideas, MVTT. You can find them on YouTube. They're a pretty small channel, but Dylan has been on their show. And yeah, they just messaged me out of the blue because they wanted me to partake. Oh my god. Okay, jeez. Oh yeah, Connor's been on there and Dylan was there too. Yeah. So at any rate, it is almost midnight and there is not that many. Yeah, so I think I'm probably gonna head to bed. Hopefully. Or I'm gonna go wind down and then I'm gonna go to bed. I don't know. Yeah. But I'll probably be back tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll start. It really will depend. Maybe I might not. It will depend whether or not Loner is whether or not he goes live, and I have no idea if he will. But yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you, chap. That was an interesting that was an interesting question. I didn't expect you to be streaming this late. The girls are dead asleep, so I didn't want to call in. Lacey's going home tomorrow. Aw. No MVTT. It is not confirmed that Loner is coming back tomorrow. I have no idea. I don't know. I think he last communicated with us a couple days ago. I have no idea how he's feeling or what. But yeah, maybe he is. I do not know. Loner live. I don't think that English guy remembers how. He just pushes the button. You came across his base. Oh yeah, Chap is cool. Yeah. I think I really do think about like things in terms of like consequentialism. But I don't entirely think about that obviously. I mean I'm probably like a fuck, what is it called? Two-step utilitarian, I think. I can't remember exactly what the names of all these things are or like what the definition of this is. Like you know, like I think the analogy that was presented in the video that I watched about two-step utilitarianism was like so imagine if you have a hospital and the doctors can go out and basically grab everyone off the street and then take their kidneys in order to give them to vulnerable people, or they can go and grab all the homeless people and take all the healthy ones' kidneys in order to give them to vulnerable people, and this will save a whole bunch of people's lives. But the answer, but like that's I would still say, and so therefore like the outcome, this would produce good utility, and the consequentialist outcome of this would be really good. But this would also be bad because then you'd set up a precedent where basically it's okay to like take homeless people off the street and steal their fucking kidneys. And I don't think I want to live in a world where we do that. Just like I don't want to live in a world where it's okay to go in, where it's okay to like walk up to healthcare CEOs and gun them down in the street because their companies are shitty, you know? I don't want that to be the norm because then you set a very dangerous precedent. They don't need both of them anyway. Oh my god. Yeah, like you don't. So I do think that it is important to consider how you are achieving a thing, you know? Like you could have Gavin Newsom could be a based president who achieves everything we want, and he could do it by acting like a fucking dictator and setting a whole bunch of really terrible precedents, and that would not be good. You know? Like he could do what Trump is doing. And that would be bad. Anyway, it sounds like Conduit is expecting that tomorrow I'm going to watch the Destiny convo, which I might, because that is a topic that I do think is interesting. And North did give me some stuff to think about. Like I don't think that I would actually want to partner with the commies. If you know, and I think that that the calculation would be different if they were actually smart people who were trying to infiltrate the Democratic Party, but they're not. They're so busy purity testing everything that they're not, and so I didn't even really necessarily consider it in that way. Yeah, like maybe I might want to use them to like get the fascists, but or to like I guess vote the fascists out, and I do still want to de-radicalize their audiences, but wait, who's right, Epic? Oh, you mean like we should cut out the fascist or like the commies need to be cut out of the Democratic coalition because they are illiberal fucks. That is true. I do think that's fair. And I think that if you are judging like the entire thing on like if you're if you are judging like communists and fascists or communists and Nazis against each other through the lens of illiberalism, then yeah, they are both basically just as bad as the other. But you know, and that's yeah, obviously you don't want illiberal people who basically want to destroy your system of or your country and who don't care about making the country better and who will kind of destroy all the good things about the country to be in your coalition. That's not good. The Democratic coalition in this party system must be a liberal coalition because the GOP is the illiberal one. The illiberals can compete in the GOP primary. True, actually. That would actually be so funny. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. I didn't mean to remove it. I just wanted to unpin it. Yeah, like I mean, obviously the candidates who are running are not running as illiberal candidates, but the problem is that they all work with fucking or with like they're willing to work with people like Hassan, and then they have groups like Progressive Victory, and they're all obsessive and they all obsess over Israel Palestine, and also they're all populist morons. Well, not all of them. Actually, no, yes, they are. They're pretty much all like fucking stupid populists, and I hate that shit. And I would like very much for the Democrats to keep that shit to a minimum. As we were saying before, never go full retard populist. You can you can have like a little crumb of populist rhetoric because I guess that's what's needed now, but you need to be responsible with that shit. Don't just huff all of it and then just walk around saying stupid shit. I'm staying unaffiliated. I love voting in the illiberal primary, though I have a feeling it might not be very fun this year. Oh, yeah. Wait, Khan, are you voting in the illiberal primaries like for all the Republicans this year? Or rather for like the ones in your state? Are they crazy? Trump just does a really bad job at picking candidates. Like, he will pick the most insane people. You know, like Carrie Lake or fucking Herschel Walker, or Dr. Oz, who lost to Fetterman. Like, he picks like the worst candidates. Mark Robinson was our candidate. Yeah, oh yeah, Mark Robinson. I forgot about that guy. He's another like fucking stupid Trump pick. Didn't Trump endorse that guy? And then they all just kind of forgot about it. In California, we can vote in any primary we want, regardless of your party, because we are evolved. Oh, God. That's funny. Oh, by the way, I spoke to SDA today. And like he gave me some interesting perspectives about what to expect from Lactoid. He warned me that I probably should not take the position that it is not a right for a region to secede from a country. He said that like all peoples have the right to self-determination, but that doesn't mean that right is free from consequence, and if you secede, the government's going to come for your ass, and that's the consequence of you doing it, so you should be aware of that and you probably shouldn't do it. But yeah, like that's kind of like I guess the libertarian argument that he made basically, and he said that anything besides that will probably be, yeah. And he also gave me some interesting strategies to use against Lactoid, because I think he spoke to him recently in voice chat. It might have been in Wix server. So but yeah, that was something. Oh, and then he also talked about like contracts as well too, and how like lawyers typically believe that contracts don't last forever. And or rather that contracts never last forever, but a constitution is a perpetual contract. And it's funny, like he was using language like that. And then I went and I read a debate that Lactoid had that was mentioned in our server today on like Pisco's server, and Lactoid was using those same terms about he was saying like, well, you know what, Ukraine broke the contract, the constitution, and therefore that gives the Donbass the right to break the contract too, or something. And I was like, oh, interesting, okay. Yeah, so a weird libertarian convergence. But this debate is basically just going to be entirely about stupid Euromaidan shit. I think I probably am just gonna bite the bullet and say that it was a revolution and Yanukovych did a bunch of really bad shit, and therefore I don't think it really, like, Ukraine had to do what they had to do, because otherwise their state was gonna like fail. The Constitution is a social and legal contract, but to apply it elsewhere seems kind of silly. Well, yeah, it is. It's a social and legal contract. That's what I mean. Yeah, but it is a perpetual contract. Most contracts have sunsets. I can't compete with the Texas Libertarians trailer. The Texas Librarians trailer. Oh, I think you meant Libertarians trailer. Well, yeah, you both gave me interesting perspectives to think about though. Like Epic, I think the stuff that you were telling me was helpful with regards to the what does America do about it shit, or like why should I care, that kind of argument, like the whole Washingtonian ideal and like the IR realism shit and whatnot. Yeah, whereas SDA was saying some other stuff. I have the PDF on the legal and parliamentary goings on after the Maidan. They did a lot of work to go by the book. Yeah, they did, or at least like to stick as close to it as they could. But in terms of the thing was the Yanukovych basically, like, he left the country. People weren't entirely sure about where he was. And he also basically, like, he said, fuck you, I'm not resigning. And this was a message that was broadcast from like Kharkiv on February 22nd. Basically meaning that he reneged on the agreement that he had agreed to previously. The one that they were all happy with or whatever. Like, in order to stay in power, he was like, fuck it, yeah, I am willing to plunge the entire country into chaos because I don't want to go to prison. Because he knew he was going to go to prison. So yeah, as much as they could regionally, I mean, they tried hard to keep the country together early on. Well, yeah, I mean, that's, and really, like, I would argue that they succeeded, but for like Russian shit. Like, it's not like the majority of people in Donbass wanted to fucking leave Ukraine. They didn't. And they didn't support the violence. Yeah, into economic no man's land as well. Yeah, true. Like, it just, I don't know. It's just really funny, like, that he is so dedicated to that. And I don't think that it matters or whatever. Or yeah, it was a revolution. And we should recognize that. I think that that's probably a better because that was also what I was thinking about it before. Really, like, it's all a pragmatic thing. Yeah. But I don't know. At some point, SDA might be back in the future. He just hates Discord because his account keeps getting banned because Discord sucks. Or I guess because he says stuff and then people get pissed off at him and they report him, like they spam report him or whatever, you know? In some ways, I'm actually kind of surprised, Epic, that no one has spam reported you because that you also argue with people in a way that some people might get super mad at. But maybe you've never said anything yikesy, so it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think you've ever told anyone to KYS. I think you mostly just call people retarded and then block them. Stick to, I'm not racist. Oh, actually, no. You know what? You know what it is? It's SDA is prone to making a lot of like or saying like edgy shit, like a lot of edgy shit. And that has gotten him banned from places. So, yeah, I think that that's probably as you saw when he was saying all that shit about Curtis LeMay. You know, yeah, I'm sure that somebody would get triggered by it's only a war crime if it's the first time and all that other crap. You know, so I don't know, but. At some point, he will hopefully eventually return to our stream. But until then, yeah. Certainly not a Korean, though. They think it's very funny. Yeah, I am. Sorry, Conduit. I need to go to sleep. I don't know how long. Like, now I'm, like, wired and I'm awake. Which is not necessarily, it's kind of Sorry, I'm just checking Discord here. Wait, who app mentioned me in the Iran channel? Was it you? Is this a stay up, don't wuss out? No, fuck that. Does it hit different if said out loud? Are you excited to go over today's WIC panel on tomorrow's stream? I don't know if I actually want to do that. I don't know. Wait, debate board, why do you think it was lame? They're literally talking about ejecting all the communists. You know what? Actually, because that's the thing that I'm actually interested in, I probably will watch it. Epic. I'm going on a WIC panel. Actually, it's not a WIC panel. WIC is hosting the Lactroid debate. And my understanding is hopefully that he will just like I'm not gonna watch the whole WIC panel, by the way. I'm probably just gonna watch it like from the point where Destiny comes in onward or whatever. Because like I was watching it before. Actually, maybe I might watch a bunch of it. I don't know. It was kind of interesting. Wow, Fellrunner. Saying that Epic is woke, that's Are you gonna watch the Israel? Wait, there's an Israel part? Oh no. What's the Israel part? Does someone come on to like argue with Destiny about his views on Israel and whether or not it's a genocide? Who the fuck is all on that stream? Oh, they got stun locked by soy pill. Okay, well, yeah, I figured that they would because the actual argument was about the fact that people were mad that soy pill was basically going on and like giving like progressive victory or like that he was essentially giving legitimacy to these fucking crazy people. Anyway, Oh, because he called himself anti-Zionist. Oh, I see. Interesting. Is there like a did that actually like start a debate? I thought Destiny was sick of having Israel debates. I don't know who else would have argued against that. I mean, maybe Wick. You know what? I will definitely watch that tomorrow, actually. Now I am looking forward to that. That seems like a fun thing. But I used to do that till I realized what the other anti-Zionists thought. All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed now because if I actually want to get up and like stream that shit tomorrow, yeah. Okay. I am going to go to sleep, and I'm gonna yeah, you can say that I'm weak, debate board, but I'm willing to bet that you live in a different time zone than me, and it's not actually fucking it's not actually midnight for you. Anyway. Yeah, you're in the fucking cheat code time zone. Fuck you. You and Epic are in the goddamn cheat code time zone. Fucking Pacific Standard Time. That's like the time zone that kind of like works for everybody, except for like early in the morning. Bruh, it's midnight. What are you doing? Thank you, Dev. We are God's chosen people. It's a good thing that Van Loven's not here to hear you say that. I don't know if there's any other Jewish people in the chat right now. Oh, wait, hold on. Conduit's here. They are not because God willed it. Yes, I know. I was just going to say, yes, this stream was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Wait, Conduit, are you also PST? The light of Allah shines brightest upon Sacramento. Oh, you're not PST, Conduit. Yes, Conduit is Jewish. Well, tonight was wild. I was on Wix on a completely different topic, but then Soyville and Destiny joined and derailed it. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that tomorrow and react to it because I only saw bits and pieces of it. So yeah, I'm gonna watch that tomorrow. I just have a bad sleep schedule. Conduit is Jewish. Yes. Van disappeared. If Isfahan got kaboomed bigly, I assume the backlash is going to be not so good. Oh shit, really? Wait, I'm not seeing anything. About Isfahan. Yes, but you see, debate board, normally Wick will then cuck the content by making everybody go back to the like the original panel question, or he'll ask another question that is related to the panel question. Thankfully, I've already told him what I know the debate with Lactoid is going to be about, and so he won't cuck the content, hopefully. Anyway, all right, I'm going to bed now. Yeah, but I'm leaving now. Oh, hi. Behold the perfect loaf. He is a 10 out of 10 loaf. DEI-ass cat. Thank you, Spider. I didn't realize that you had hacked Pat's account. Anyway. Was there a new bomb? I have no idea. You know what? I'll find out tomorrow when I cover it. Anyway, bye.